All right, let's head on to Lostbelt 6.2, the second third. This is the beginning interlude section. So this is pretty simple. All of this is going to be a recap of everything that happened in Lostbelt 6.1. Gordolf is getting all the information, and very, very little new information is going to come. So we're just going to speed through everything. Like I said, this is flashback. This one's basically skippable. Holmes will throw in a few interjections of this and that. 30 days have already passed. We only have so long to go. Yada, yada, yada. All right, section 10. Let's move. Oh, also, Da Vinci was able to send some of the magic fruits that we found in Oberon's forest, which gave us a few extra days of time to be able to continue operations. Basically sent some rations back. All right. This is the fairies singing about the prophecy itself. But they don't know all of the prophecy. Oberon's going to tell us about the rest of the prophecy. And that is... that is 4 different parts of the Song of Prophecy that have some much more ominous tones to them. Basically, with each good part of the prophecy comes one bad part of the prophecy. Simple as that. That's where the Norwich gets destroyed part, that's left out of the song that the main fairies sing, but Oberon knows the Norwich gets destroyed part. That's where that comes from. All right, so we are prepping ourselves for a journey to Camelot to go meet with the Queen. The Queen's army is coming to escort us. Specifically, Gawain is coming to escort us. So Gawain sets us up with some carriages to carry the weaker-looking ones. Meanwhile, the stronger ones, a.k.a. Muramasa, and is just going to follow on foot. We may not have Red Rabbit here, but hey, we got some nice carriages. Yay! Oh no, we're being attacked by some moss. Because of course we are. That's what always is going to happen. Large group of moss suddenly attacks us. Ba-bam, let's go. So yeah, this huge group of moss starting to push back the escort. While Gawain and Muramasa and Habitrot are all doing a decent job of fighting back, the moss group has us surrounded, and any of the normal guards are getting devoured, basically. Gawain makes the order that we're going to abandon the carriages and retreat to a more tactical position when suddenly Lancelot shows up. Fairy Knight Lancelot comes flying in and immediately deals with several groups of the Moss, including the strongest ones that were there. We're amazed because, holy shit, she's strong. And everyone celebrates, Lancelot-sama, the most beautiful of all fairies, the strongest of fairies. And then they realize pretty shortly after she leaves, oh wait, Gawain's here. Maybe we should be a little bit more, a little bit wiser in our choice of words. Alright, so we're going to sit down and have a nice little chat with Gawain. Because we're friendly like that. Also, Gawain was impressed by our steadfastness and ability to just dive right into battle with everyone, even though all we were doing was barking orders and providing mana. Glorified batteries. So, hey, is this seat taken? Alright, we're gonna hit on Gawain now. It's definitely gonna work. So she's like, oh, you want to talk about Fairy Knight Lancelot, right? And we're like, no, let's talk about you. I see, getting any information on your enemy. It's a good plan, but it's not going to come to fruition. Yada, yada, yada. But she is willing to give us a little bit of backstory on the, on certain things. First of all, Gawain herself has been around for about 400 years. She devoured a former Lord of Cornwall known as Foul Weather in the Caterpillar Wars in order to gain his abilities, which is why she was able to, in the first place, gain enough power to be recognized to become a Fairy Knight. She tells us here about the original Fairy Knight with a name that she can't quite remember, but was one of the Savior Tonelico's vassals, but eventually met their end at Orkney. And I think tells us also about the black dogs that started showing up after the Moss King. Oh, yeah, there we go. The Moss King was defeated. That's when the black dogs began showing up for a couple hundred years at this point. And we thank her for being willing to talk to us. Thanks. Yeah. We do not. So, I guess we had some minor success in making friends with Gawain. Just a little bit. Alright, still 2 days from Norwich, our 30th day being in the Fairy Kingdom. Or 2 days after Norwich, we arrive at Camelot. Yay, Camelot. And to the north, beyond the gates, we can see, any second now. Go. Alright, so Da Vinci pulls out a telescope so that we can see Nokonorea in the north, who has been conducting training with her army just next to the border as a clearly passive-aggressive stance towards Queen Morgan. Alright, let's take a peek. What's she look like? Thighs. She looks like thighs. Wait a second, she looks kind of like a Celt. Wait a second, she looks just like Mev. Alright, so, basic information about her. Nokonorea looks exactly like Mev. She is of the King clan, and is clearly trying to build her own empire, and probably take over Camelot. So, we're being told that only the Child of Prophecy, Gouda, and Da Vinci will be allowed into the castle. Alright, let's go. I have my happy huggy Artoria to take with me. All right. Took about an hour, but here we are. Or it's almost 1 o'clock, but here we are. Hey, look! It's Beryl. Ew. Gross. And Morgan declares that Beryl is her husband. Ew, grosser. Alright, so this is where we begin negotiating with Morgan. She starts off by congratulating us for exorcising the calamity of Norwich, and in order to do so, she just throws 100 million QP at us. Now, QP doesn't exist in her world, but she knows the basic makeup of it. Therefore, she just magics it into existence, because Morgan can do that. Now, we want to ask about the collapse of the planet. And we're informing her that Britain is set up to collapse for some reason and take everything with it. We don't know exactly why. And yeah, there's also this alien god thing back on Earth. So we're trying to get a divine weapon, the Holy Lance Rongominiad, which you seem to have fired at Olympus. With that kind of magical energy, we would be able to actually have something to fight back against that alien god. So we came to negotiate. Olympus? Alien god? What the hell are they talking about? Some life from beyond the stars? That's not possible. So, she tells us that no Ranga Miniad for you. Your planet is destined to be your world is destined to be destroyed. The outside world is bleached over and is going to collapse, you say. So yeah, she knows all about it. She knew all about it before we even got here. She then goes to declare that she will not allow us the use of Rongo Miniad, and that the only way to stop the collapse of the Earth will be to defeat her. She also points out that Castoria is a mediator chosen by the Staff of Selection, a fairy dispatched from paradise, and knows exactly everything about what the prophecy entails. She refuses to tell us anything about MASH, but tells us that, don't worry, MASH is fine. She was going to shoo us away, but Beryl attempts to attack us, and Morgan immediately drops him to the ground. She says, I'm sorry for my husband, please forgive him. But, so long as you do not ring any of the altar bells, then I will not attack you. And I will not permit anyone under my rule to attack you either. So basically, she told Beryl, shut the fuck up. I like that part. I like that part where she tells Beryl to shut the fuck up. He whipped, well, the choice is either shut up or die, so, you know. Oh, yes, this is where she's telling us that the knight that she had transported with her water mirror is somewhere, but don't worry, she's fine. All right, so now we're deciding what to do. Basically, we've just been told that we have to kill Morgan if we want to save the planet. There's no choice in the matter. So, oh yes. Oberon, fearing that someone might follow us, happens to show up. This mysterious gentleman shows up in a carriage and just happens to be going the same way as us. Wow, we should jump on in and go to make sure no one follows us. All right, let's go. All right, so we tell Oberon about our audience with the Queen. Oberon's going to tell us that he thinks what Morgan's going to do is use the power of the Calamities herself in order to overwrite the outside world, as in Earth itself, with the Fairy Kingdom of Britain, making it the true history and giving it permanence even without a Lostbelt tree. So this is where the alien priestess is watching over Morgan. There she is. She's just here to be naked. Good job. All right. But who's this? Someone from Caldia. He says, sorry, I'd knock if you had a door, but you don't have one. So he thanks her for being willing to wait for her. And she She calls him, someone from Caldia, a man from pan-human history. But you're much closer to that alien god. Come on, where is it? Alright, basically, are you telling me to give up on my plans? And he's like, no, I'm here to congratulate you. Honestly, if you destroy proper human history and write it over with this, then it's going to be a way better alternative to what the alien god is planning. And he came here to warn her where he stepped up, she should be careful. Or where he slipped up, she should make sure to watch out. And that would be, well, obviously underestimating us. Because we're the best. Anyway, he says her one slip up is that girl Tristan. If not for her, her plan would be perfect and unbeatable. Wow, I wonder what Tristan could possibly have to do with this plan. All right, Section 11, let's go. We got all the way through Section 24 before Lostbelt 6.2 is done. No, Riketsu-san, that is not true. All right, so we are trying to take ourselves up into Northern Territory where Nokonorea is. And we find a big chocolate field. Chocolate as far as the eye can see. Nummy yummies. Okay, so everyone's gonna run off and eat some chocolate. Dive, dive, dive. Rom nom nom chocolate. Up, and then we're told that the chocolates if you eat the chocolates, you can never disobey Nokonorea. And we find out there's no magic in them or anything like that. It's just that it's so delicious, people would say they want to follow her so that they can eat the chocolate. Chocolate! Also, there's moss in here because, of course, there are. There's moss everywhere. Wait, that's the sound of soldiers. Whee! Hey, look, the Celts are naked like they're supposed to be. Good, good. Why isn't Nokonorea naked like she's supposed to be? All right. She says, stop. You've violated the law. Hand over your... Stop. You've violated the law. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Anyway, she's telling us that we have stolen from the chocolate fields, and thus we are under arrest. Oh no. I'm in... Yay! Mevchan's the best! Not the first time we've been arrested, and it will be far from the last. Alright, going a little bit back in time, a few years ago, we see that Nokonorea met with Castoria when they were younger. Hey, remember that story we got about a certain fairy forcing Castor Artoria into a beauty contest, stripping her down and changing her clothes and all that? Hey, this is that story. So yes, Nokonorea came here to enter that beauty contest and said that Castor Artoria was literally the only person there that would give any competition, so why did she drop out in the first round? So they kind of become friendly rivals. And what better way to bond than stripping your friend? All right, we're back at the encampment of Nokonorea's army. We're going to settle things the Celtic way. That is, if we can best some members of her army, she'll let us go. Simple as that. And of course, that means we win. If we were to lose, then Gouda would become Mev's property. Luckily, of course, we won. After all, we can't become Mev's property. We already belong to Castoria. Alright, so we're going to talk... We talk with Nokonorea now about forming an alliance. After all, our goals are kind of aligned. Our goal now is to defeat Queen Morgan. Therefore, we have the exact same goal as Nokonorea. But she declines to join us and says that until Castoria has rung at least a couple of bells, it would be a waste of time. She has no reason to join in with us. Alright, we're looking for a secure place to hide out. Oberon suggests we head to Londinium. London. We're going to London. All right, time for a cross-country tour to London. All right, on our way, Gareth has broken off from the party for a moment to head to the woods and gather some water and whatnot, / food. And she goes and attacks a moss, but realizes she isn't able to deal any damage to it. And she's like, that's right, Artorius-san's magical powers have been helping me this whole time. When I'm alone, I don't have enough strength to... Oh no. Hey, but luckily, swinging down from the vines is an armor-clad handsome man to save our heroine in distress. And he introduces himself as Percival, the leader of the Round Table Army. Hey, that's exactly who we were looking for as we were going to Londinium in the first place. Lucky. Lucky. Alright, Castoria is worried about Gareth because it's been a while since she's come back, but hey, she's hopping around waving her arms while returning. And that's because, look, she found Percival. She's so happy. Happy dog. Alright, so we head back to Londinium, the headquarters of the Round Table Army. And everyone's happy to see the Child of Prophecy. Humans and fairies are getting together and working together here. Seems like a nice place. Also, it turns out Oberon had a big hand in helping Percival form the current Round Table Army. He directed people here whenever they needed any sort of place to stay, put money and resources in the direction here in Londinium. That must be why he owes everyone money. And has done a pretty bang-up job of keeping it going. Nice. Everybody's having a good time. Alright, what's the next big thing? Lots of small talk here. Oh, this is where... Oh yeah, Muramasa's checking out the nearby forge because that's all he knows. That's all he knows. It's all Muramasa knows. Wait, you say you got blacksmith? Let me check it out, says Muramasa in exactly that voice. Ah, here we go. This is an important part. We find a mural here in Londinium. This is much more important. All right. The painting of this mural here depicts 6 fairies and a large beast. It is titled The Insect of the Abyss. What this does prove is that at some point these fairies did have some sort of deity that they worshipped, also naked waifu. Which means that religion was at one point a part of Britain. But when? My Neighbor Totoro. All right. Is this strategy meeting? This is the strategy meeting. All right, we are doing a strategy meeting here. We have heard that Spriggan has requested soldiers from assistance from the Queen's army to subjugate anyone that was supporting the prophecy in Norwich. Because we stopped the calamity of Norwich, they're going crazy over the Child of Prophecy and rejecting the Queen and everything like that. And because of that, they're starting to basically create a rebellion in a way. So they're going to send soldiers to stop them. We're going to use this as twofold to A, get the people from there out and any resources we can, and B, take the time to ring the bell at Norwich to formally declare that Castor Artoria is going to ring all the bells of the altar and take down Morgan. All right, now this is just a bunch of strategy meetings about what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. Castoria is going to cast protective magic on people. They're going to attack from multiple angles. We're going to send ourselves into the vault, that is the protected fortress where the bell is, and go slap Spriggan across the face a few times. All that stuff. And that takes us to Section 12, Norwich, number 2. Remember, Chad, this goes all the way to 24 for 6.2. This is a big boy. A big boy. All right, we have the help of Count Pepperon from inside the city. He has advised us of a secret passage that we can travel through that we're going to take at night. In we go. Behold! The Count has returned in all his splendor. I love Pepperoncino. He's the best of the cryptors. Easily the best cryptor. He's our bro. Also, the second he sees Percival, he's like, what an amazing man! An enemy! Eh? Where? Where? Please protect me, Percival-chan! You're so fun, Pepe. Alright, so we're taking this secret underground passage in order to head our way into Norwich without being seen, in order to make a stealth hit. By the time we're already in there, it will be too late. Spriggan, though, has the inklings that the Round Table army is going to do something. He anticipates that we're going to arrive and has kept men on the lookout for this kind of thing. Therefore, Spriggan's plan is to order his men at purely defensive stances to avoid any conflict with Morgan's army, leave the altar to the bell, the bell altar chamber completely unguarded, and to just protect the citizens. Alright, so, we're attacking Queen's soldiers, clearing them out of the way, as we make our way towards the bell chamber, and we are questioning why it was completely unguarded. Well, this might be why. We're attacked by a ghost. A ghost. All right. That was a night caller that was protecting the bell, a remnant of the past, literally a ghost. And we are applauded by Spriggan for destroying that monstrosity that has been around for hundreds of years. Spriggan, hold him down and shave his head. All right, so that creature before said, Capless, where the hell are you? Where is he? This is where Spriggan here reveals to us that he is not the original Spriggan, but instead is a human from the Edo period who drifted here to Britain. Oberon advises us not to kill Spriggan, saying that it would be a bad idea, because Spriggan put on a completely defensive show, did absolutely nothing but try to protect his people, and if we were to do that, it could cause a backlash against the Child of Prophecy. After all, fairies are fickle and quick to change their minds. AKA, they're stupid. How the hell did that happen? So basically what happened is Capless there drifted here into Fairy Britain. He spent I believe it was like 30 years or so, basically as a slave, worked his way up until eventually he was working with the original Spriggan, then backstabbed him here in this room, stole his name and identity, and using the power of anti-aging potions and mystic codes has been able to deceive the fairies and pretend to be a fairy this whole time. For nearly 100 years at this point. Look, we're in a very magical place. Anti-aging potions certainly sound like a thing that would be here. Alright, so for political reasons, we're not going to kill Spriggan. Unfortunately. Also, for political reasons, it's time to ring that bell, Artoria. Show everyone the fairy you were meant to be. Ring ding dong, ring a ding 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 dong. What's this sound? It's not lunchtime yet. Why are there bells going off? Aurora-sama, is that the sound of a bell of the altar? That's right. Norwich's bell. We did it. We did it. Oberon was right. That's right. The bells ring out through all of the fairy kingdom. Everyone can hear them. And Noknareya says, as expected of my rival, not bad. But you're gonna have to ring more than just one or two bells to step up to me. And there it is. We have declared war upon Queen Morgan. With the bell being rung, Queen Morgan makes an order. First off, she reawakens Pochun, a hibernating knight from the Mirror Clan, to act as an observer and help eliminate the Autumn Forest. On top of that, she sends orders out to Woodwurst to attack Londinium. And Castoria gets a power up. Heck yeah. We learn that when Castoria rings the bell, she becomes stronger. All right, the journey begins. Fragment 5. Mash wakes up on a foggy shore. Wow, It woke up, Hey, this thing woke up, Tonelico! This really weird thing carrying a armor. It's Habitrot! Yay! Norwich? What are you talking about? Yeah, there's no Norwich. As far as the eye can see. We're just on the shores. I don't know what the hell Norwich is. Also, that's not my name. You keep calling me Habitrot. I'm Totorat. Fairy Knight Totorat. Habe Nyan? What's with that? That's so good. That's such a good name. Tonelico, this person's amazing. Also, she has magical energy that could even rival yours. So, yeah. Behold, this is Tonelico, the savior of the past. That's right. Mash wasn't transported to a different place. She was transported to a different time by Morgan. So, she told Tonelico about the story of everything that's going to happen, about the Queen's Calendar, Fairy Knight Britain, Caldia, all that stuff. And on to section 13, Wales, number 2. This was a big boy with 9 arrows. Oh, I should have taken good notes on this one. God damn it. Ah, I can hear the sound of the bells. Yup, and soon I'll be able to provide everyone with smiling faces. Everyone will be happy. Yay! The sound of the bells. Ding, ding, dong. Castor Artoria is now dreaming of the proper human history, the other Britain. Not a land of magicians or a land of fairies, but one where a human and dragon became one. That's right. It's time to dream about Artoria. Artoria Pendragon. She was a soldier that gave everything up to protect Britain. Created the White Castle of Camelot, the one true king. Okay, so basically, she saw the story of Artoria Pendragon about pulling the sword from the stone, dedicating her life to becoming the perfect king, having that sort of goal and everything like that. And from Castoria's perspective, it's something that she couldn't accomplish without goals or anything of her own. And it seemed like it would be too much. It would be suffocating. After all, having the hopes and dreams of an entire country hoisted on your back seems like a lot to handle. Hey, you see, England, Artoria carried all of England. Both figuratively and literally. Ah, we missed Naked Oberon. Whoops, I went too fast. Sorry, guys. So, Oberon, in an attempt to cheer up Castoria after having that dream about Artoria Pendragon, King Arthur, reveals the details of his summoning in Wales, where he was summoned naked and alone with not even the cloak on his back to work with. But the kindness of the fairies of Wales that grouped all together kept him warm. Soon enough, he was able to get onto his own 2 feet and begin his journey around Britain. All thanks to them. They recognized him and basically declared him as their king just through his aura and everything like that. All right, this is Percival telling us that there is going to be an attack on Londinium, and we're preparing for that to happen. On top of that, we're finding out that there is another bell located in Orkney. Alright, so we have returned back to Londinium to protect it from the invaders that are Woodworth's army. At least I think his name is Woodworth? Woodworst? Woodwoes? I don't know. He's got a weird name. I'm doing Woodworst. All right, we were able to fend them off for the first day. Well done, everybody. We survived the siege, but Woodworth is not very happy about that, obviously. He expected his forces to be able to overrun just a few humans in a single night. And Beryl Gut has come by to tell him to not attack Londinium right away, and that he is forbidden from battling. Apparently, it's Queen's orders. Oh, I forgot to point out one thing about Oberon's story. The reason that all the insect-like fairies were banished to Wales is because Morgan doesn't like bugs. Simple as that. But Oberon wanted to help them since they were able to support him until his Saint Graph stabilized when he got summoned. So yeah, Morgan don't like bugs. She does not like the creepy crawlies. Alright, so Woodworth complies and says he will not go into battle himself. Beryl says that he's going to watch from the sidelines and have some fun. And in the meantime, we were attacked by some food delivery men. Yes, it turns out that one of the grand plans of Woodworth's army was to come out and say, hey, we're food delivery. We got pizza. You want some pizza? And we were told that if this was nothing but a castle of fairies, it would have actually worked because the fairies are far too trusting and dim-witted to see through such a ruse. Luckily, humans are here and they're not stupid. Turns out fairies are dumb. You know what? Morgan did nothing wrong. These fairies suck. I'm putting my foot down. Morgan did nothing wrong. Fuck the fairies. All right. We have just received a message from Gloucester. It turns out we're not going to be able to... turns out before, we're not going to be able to get any aid from Norwich in this campaign. And on top of that, we receive a message from Gloucester that the the Queen's army is inviting us to the Wales Forest because they're going to destroy it. Fairy Knight Gawain is going to destroy the forest. Yup, come to Wales if you want to stop me. Oberon says, sorry, but I have to go. There he goes. Wait, Oberon! There's nothing you can do. You're not a fighter. And he's like, that's right. I wouldn't be able to do anything. Sorry. So he's going to ask for our help. To protect those who are able to help him out. They're too weak to protect themselves, but they still saw through to make sure Oberon was able to stabilize himself, so he feels like he has a debt to pay. So we leave. We leave Londinium and immediately head to Wales, but the forest is burning. If we get there in time, we might be able to stop it. Hurry, hurry! So, the fairies are the fairy knights here. Well, the Queen's knights, there we go, are saying to burn it all down. All of those who oppose the Queen shall be set ablaze. It hurts! It hurts! Please stop! Stop! Don't burn our forest down! Oh, don't burn Oberon's house down! Everyone's innocent. We didn't do anything wrong. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. We're gonna die. You're killing us. You! So, Artoria has a little bit of PTSD from Tintagil. And because of that, Artoria goes into a berserk state. And if we don't stop her, she might push herself too far and get herself killed. I'll never forgive you. I'll never forget. You killed everyone! Now calm down, Artoria. We're in Wales right now. Pick it up. Let me go. I'm not gonna let them run away. Oh, we gotta give her a slap. Give her that slap. All right. We fixed her. All she could see was red. It's useless. We've already completed everything. You were too late. It's time for another fight against Fairy Knight Gawain. And for this fight, we were told that Artoria was told that removing a fairy's name and bringing about a fairy knight's name and bringing about their true name will weaken them. Oh, hey, Muramasa, what's up? What are you doing here? And she reveals, Your true name is Barghest, the Black Dog of Flames. The Fairy Devourer Barghest. And with this, the Queen's gift should no longer affect you. Aw, shit. Ah, true name revealed. Fairy Knight Gawain has become Barghest. Barghesto. The Black Dog Noble, the Devourer of Thunderclouds. She says, that's right. You know my true name. But so what? I'm still strong. So, that thing about a fairy knight losing their power when their true name was revealed seems like a bunch of bullshit, Oberon. Isn't Bageko just getting stronger and stronger than she was before? Yep, her power is rising exponentially as time goes on. And Oberon says, no, we will defeat her here. And he is going to help us, and that's the first time Oberon decides to fight with us. He comes in as an archer. All right. We got Percival dealing with some soldiers over there. This is happening right before the battle with Barghest. And there goes Muramasa to help us. Gareth stayed behind to help Percival out. And he even asked why Percival would come here, considering the fact that Londinium is being attacked. But then Gareth suddenly tells him, behind you, there's an enemy! Look out! Behind me? No, there's nothing there. And she knocks him out of the way. But there was something there. How did you see it, Gareth? And the fact of the matter is, Gareth didn't actually see the enemy. She instead had some precognition. She has a little bit of clairvoyance herself and saw a bit of the future. And they shatter the illusory mirror used by Knight Portune in order to get through his camouflage. He says, well, I must have gotten rusty. It has been 200 years in slumber after all. And so Gareth and Percival must defeat Knight Portune. They fight him until he runs away, because, well, they had the upper hand. Miyugatano. Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh. Fairy Knight Lancelot appears before Percival and basically insults him for continuing to wield the Lance of Selection. But she has no reason to fight him because her job was only to burn down this forest. Alright, quick break. I need some water. I'll be... Okay, I'm back. Got some water. Alright, we have defeated the Fairy Knight, Barghest. And we put out the fire. So, we're now going to try and talk to Bargus. That's right. We're going to have a conversation with her. Basically, we're telling her that we believe that the Queen Morgan is going to use a great calamity to take their world and plant it over our world, but in the process will kill every single fairy here. She's not here to save any of the fairies. In fact, she's even said so herself. And Bargus even says, I cannot deny that. So we're trying to sway her over to our side. So, basically, it looks like it might be working. She even asked us, then would we be able to take our, those from our Britain over to your side? Would you be able to save us that way? She also asks whether we've come here to be saviors, yada yada yada. But, suddenly, as we keep calling her Bargust, that name, my name, don't say it. What the hell is happening? That guy's attacking Bargust! Careful, Bargust! So we go to push her out of the way, but because she's a mountain and we're a molehill, she instead grabs us and dodges out of the way of the attack. And she's like, what the hell are you doing? Were you trying to die or something? Why would you try to help me? She was attacked by Portune, who says that she has become a traitor siding with the foreign mage. So he's going to take her out and kill her before she becomes a problem. Oh, there goes Portune. He's running away. And Artoria asks, is that really okay? If he gets back to Camelot, won't you be punished? And she says that she will accept any punishment handed down from her queen, because she is loyal. She says she only came here to destroy the Forest of Wales, so her job is done and the battle can end. She will concede defeat this time and retreat. Bargus left at the end of battle, but Oberon, how are you doing, bud? So he says, hey guys, I'm gonna just hang here in the forest for a little bit. But hey, you won your first battle against the Fairy Knight. I'm gonna stay here alone for a little while. It's unfortunate, but head on ahead without me, okay? It's gonna take a little while to say goodbye to each of them. Alright, let's go and give him some alone time. Oberon will stay behind to mourn for the fairies that fell. But we learn that when British fairies die, when they actually die, they don't decompose or rot away or anything like that. Instead, they are turned into land and become the trees, the hills, the rocks, etc. That's right. Fairy Kingdom Britain is built upon the corpses of fairies. Alright, Knight Portune is running away to go report to Morgan because he's a dick. Wait, what's this? What is this? I can't escape. It's... You're... I knew it. I knew it. This curse... From that time in the Moss Wars, that... Oh. Well, he dead. He really dead. Crunch. All right, moving on. Fragment 6. All right, it is the year of the fairy calendar 400. This is, that means it is 400 years before Queen Morgan showed up in the first place. Mash is hanging out with Tonelico, the savior, and has been telling her all about her experience and everything. That's everything she knows about this fairy kingdom of Britain. But, while she is thankful for the information and everything like that, Mash is told not to share too much information about the future. After all, she's afraid of time paradoxes happening and causing blanks in the time stream. Also, hey, look! There's a Black Knight. So, on top of that, Tonelico theorizes that where all the big calamities have been coming from has been Morgan sending them back in time to have them be dealt with by Tonelico and or the giant tree. The World Tree. So rather than Queen Morgan dealing with the problems herself, she's just passing them off to other people. All right, moving on to section 14. The night before the decisive battle. All right. For 16 years, they've been waiting to hear the sound of the bells. The friends talking about how she was the child of prophecy. And had to wait for so long. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm too weak. I'm sorry I'm not strong enough. The town of Tintagil. I'm sorry that I couldn't protect it. So, it seems in the past, Woodwurst brought an execution squad to Tintagil, searching for the Child of Prophecy. And that is how Tintagil was burned down. So, on top of that, the beginning of that shows, I didn't fully translate it, but it shows all the fairies of the town of Tintagil constantly saying, "You're the Child of Prophecy, hurry up and turn 16 already. You're the Child of Prophecy, you have to become the strongest. You're the Child of Prophecy, you have to save us. You're the Child of Prophecy, you have to forgive our sins. You're the Child of Prophecy, you're the Child of Prophecy." Turns out when expectations are piled upon you by everyone from the time of being a child, it creates a bit of that inferiority complex that Castoria has been having the entire journey. That's why she's so pessimistic about herself. I'm gonna play some armchair psychologist there. Alright, we're heading back on our way to Londinium, and we make a quick stop by in Salisbury. After all, Londinium's not under direct assault right now. Woodwurst did back off and stop assaulting Londinium at the behest of Barrels, so we've had some time to chill. Might as well get some rest while we can. On top of that, Salisbury has been undergoing a big Child of Prophecy boom. So, Artoria's big embarrassed because everyone's celebrating, and word is quickly spreading about Castoria winning a battle against Barghest. Oberon has been spreading the word far and wide to everyone that the Child of Prophecy won in a fight against Fairy Knight Gawain. Which, hey, that's one way to get the morale of the people up. Time to ding ding dong. The second bell rings. It was nice of Aurora to be so accommodating for us. And she became even stronger. That's right. That's right. Castoria's magical energy has increased even further from ringing the bell. Alright, and this is where you have a battle of everyone on the team versus Oberon. You can either choose, okay, I'll help you out, Oberon, or, sorry. If you choose, okay, I'll help you out, you help him and have to win. If you choose sorry, you just watch him get his ass kicked. And boy, does he get his ass kicked. It's not even a fight, it's a slaughter. I mean, what would you expect? One Oberon to be able to defeat the the combined forces of Percival and Da Vinci and Castoria and Gareth and Red Rabbit? I mean, come on. Not even close. Okay, that was basically Coral asking why Aurora would allow the bell to be rung, because doesn't that basically declare war against the Queen? And Aurora's plan is just to feign ignorance and say that she wasn't there at the time. Coral thinks it'll cause a lot of troubles. Aurora says, don't worry, it's fine. That's basically what that whole thing was. All right, we made it back to Londinium, and hey, they haven't been attacked since we've been gone. Lucky. And look, it's our friend! Count Pepperoncino is back! Pepe-san! Alright, now that he's back, it's time for more strategy meetings. So, this is where Pepe is going to tell us about the true nature of this British Lostbelt. And that it is different from any of the other Lostbelts that we've seen so far. It is not connected to proper human history. It is no longer an alternate history that is bound to fantasy, as in the fantasy trees. It is now a place where all the creatures and all the existence in it would theoretically be able to migrate into Earth from the fairy kingdom. That means what we were talking about with Bargas before, of becoming a savior of this land's fairies, is actually a possibility. Pepe also asked Sartoria if she would want to abandon her role and leave with the Stormborder. After all, it's something she doesn't seem to have quite the desire to do, but she says no. And here, Artoria refers to Queen Morgan as Morgan Le Fay. What do you mean by Le Fay? Do you loot Aurora or no? No. So, it's just an interesting thing to point out that Artoria would call her Morgan Le Fay when nobody else has done so. She's the only one to do so. Alright, strategy meeting. Alright, here's Percival's plan. We're gonna distract Woodworth's army from the front and secretly sneak up behind them and strike them from the rear with a pincer attack. The plan is to go straight for the throat and defeat Woodworth himself. By defeating him, the entire morale of the army would fall, like cutting the head off a snake. Sounds like a good plan. What do you say, guys? I think it's a great plan. Let's go beat Woodworth up. After all, how strong could he be? He's like 1,000 years old. He's an old man. We're used to bullying old men. Isn't that right, Muramasa? Oh, this is such a heartwarming scene. So this little kid has been forging. He is a blacksmith himself. or at least a blacksmith apprentice. And just like that, they give Gareth Onechan a suit of armor from the people of Londinium. They made a suit of armor just for her because she wants to be a knight. Aw, isn't that precious? Ah, yes. And this is the memory of, Percival basically said nothing major happened while they were at the forest, but that's obviously untrue because Fairy Knight Lancelot showed up. So, the reason that Percival wanted Gareth to stay quiet is because she said, the fact that you're using that lance, Percival, it's too much for a human. So, Percival and Lancelot know each other. Boy, do they know each other. And he didn't want anyone to know that he has an affiliation with Lancelot in the first place, because it might put doubt into the hearts of the soldiers that he's leading. After all, he is the general of the Round Table Army. Alright, chatting about some of Artoria's little journeys and stuff. Oh yes. So, we're talking about Pepe's earlier proposal of migrating things from the Fairy Kingdom. Da Vinci says, unfortunately, it would be impossible for any of the humans here because it seems like humanity never existed or thrived in some capacity in this fairy kingdom. All the humans are artificially made, and all the humans in this world don't live for very long. They live maybe to 30 or so. So, trying to transport them, they would likely die. But it should theoretically be possible to transport the fairies. On top of that, this is where Da Vinci begins the theory that the collapse might be happening due to some sort of, because this migration is possible, some sort of incredibly powerful fairy attempting to enter into proper human history might be what is causing the collapse in the first place, and we need to prevent that. So we're starting to spin the wheels about the different possibilities of what we're going to have to deal with. And the mural. The Insect of Hell, Naraku no Mushi. So yes, Da Vinci talks about how if there was some godlike being at some point in the history of the fairies, and that they at some point had some sort of religion, something probably about 14,000 years ago, it's perhaps related to that. Nah, it couldn't be related to that. All right, Fairy Knight Lancelot and Barghest have returned and are reporting to Morgan. Barghest may have failed here and everything like that. So Morgan's punishment that she is going to hand down to her is very simple. Morgan's punishment for Fairy Knight Gawain, Barghest, is to take a leave of absence. She has been working for a long time, and Morgan forces a vacation on her. Then she orders reinforcements to head to Oxford. Beryl hears that apparently Pepe has made his way to Londinium. Beryl was going to try and head to Londinium to fuck with us, but with Pepe there, it would be far too dangerous. After all, Pepe is just the kind of guy that would aim for Beryl first and ask questions later. On top of that, earlier in Barghest's thing, she asked Morgan about whether or not she would save the fairies when the next great calamity comes. But Morgan's exact dialogue at that time was, "All that matters is that I and this land exist at the end." She basically just straight up says all the fairies are gonna die. All right, section 15. The defensive battle of Londinium. Don't worry, very little happens until nighttime. So, get attacked by some soldiers. Soldier time. Oh, yeah. Woodwurst is talking about his plans here. Woodwurst already had the idea that a pincer attack would be dangerous to them, which is why he called for reinforcements from the Queen. When the reinforcements arrive, their force will be far too large to pincer for the pitiful force of Londinium, and they'll be able to just crush right through it. All he needs to do is buy some time. While Percival is fighting a defensive battle, it just means that it's a bygone conclusion that they're going to lose because of that. In fact, he even got the info that Percival had left with his advanced troops to do the sneak around, so Woodwurst's main force attacks us, forcing us to go on the defensive and try and help out the front line. And while we were there, we get attacked by a Tamamo tank. Yes, Koyanskaya decided to sell the army some tanks, because of course she did. The castle has been breached by some knights. Soldiers are being cut down left and right. But Gareth is here to protect the citizens of Londinium. The knights were just about to attack a child, and Gareth would never allow that to happen. Clad in the new armor that she was given, hell yeah.
Gareth One-chan!
Gareth is good girl. She deserves head pats. Many head pats. So, while we're taking out the defense on the outside, Gareth is handling the defense of everyone on the inside. Come and face me. I will protect every single member of Londinium. Good girl, Gareth. Oh no, we can't push them back. So, Woodworth's army is starting to push through. Even with our help, there's just too many forces. So we have no choice but to try and directly assault Woodworth. So we push through the main force. He says Percival was the only soldier worth anything here. And even this child of prophecy is nothing more than a child. Oh, yeah. Well, what a fucking revelation there. Audience. So, they have been surrounded and the pincer is successful. The Queen's reinforcements never came. With that, Percival has arrived with his company and surrounded Woodworth's squadron. Along with that, they were able to get some additional assistance from Norwich. Now we take on the fight against Woodworth and his army. Yeah, that's right, nerd. We're gonna take you down. Easy peasy. Oh no, he unleashed his big furry dick. That's right, Woodworth ripped his clothes off and said, let's fight. Turns out he's also really, really strong. Really, really strong. So, in the battle against Woodworth, he has the following. Loyalty to the Queen, which gives him permanent critical up, recovering 30,000 HP at the end of each turn. He cannot be charmed. And the King of the Fang Clan. He cannot be poisoned. He cannot be burned. He resists all kinds of attacks. Gives himself sure hit at the end of each turn. And finally, every time that you wipe out a break bar, he heals it back up. Literally an unwinnable fight. Yeah. And he says it was just a matter of course that it would wind up like this. Oh no. We can't lose here. I'm gonna have to use it again. Oh. Here it is. Percival is about to use the power of the lance. It's going to show the cutscene. Come on, show that cutscene. Do it, Percival. Holy Lance of Selection, grant me your power. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Of course I knew about that. The power of that lance. I heard all about it from Aurora. Yeah, so. Turns out Woodworth knows all about the lance. And prepared himself to be able to counteract the power that it brings out. That was a future prediction. Gareth's clairvoyance goes off. So, Gareth says she has to prevent that. She has to make sure that doesn't happen. She hops on to Red Rabbit and charges out. Oh. And just before Percival, Holy Lance of Selection, please grant me your power. Wait a second! Just wait a second there. Gareth? No, it is I, and also Gareth. Red Rabbit? But that's Aurora's. No, she couldn't have. It couldn't be. Aurora, have you sided yourself with the Child of Prophecy? Uh-oh.
Oria!
To think such a pathetic weapon would be able to pierce me. We fairies are far too powerful for... No! It's piercing me! There it is. Now, Percival! Let's try this again. Well, that looked like it hit this time. And this time, the hit sticks. Woodworth's power is drastically declined. And thanks to Percival clearing out all of Woodworth's buffs, we are able to deal a fatal hit. Get wrecked, nerd! Woodworth takes off running. Losing lots of blood, he can't stop it. He says, "Don't come. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. I should be the one ruling. You're nothing but gathering trash, you filthy humans." Wait, don't kill me. Do not kill Britain! He is stabbed and falls into the river. The Drake River. And we just cleaned the trash out of it. Why would you throw new trash in there, Percival? Come on, that's not very environmentally friendly. We did it. Well done, everybody. We defeated Woodworth. We repelled the Queen's army. And we saved Londinium. That's a big win. That's big wins. So with all these wins back to back to back, the name of the Child of Prophecy is going to get even bigger. The medical tent. I can hear the sound of rain. The year 2011 in Salisbury's great cathedral. So, that is a memory of somebody that has some sort of relationship with Fairy Knight Lancelot. Can't imagine who. And of a day, several years in the past, I believe 6 years in the past, because it's the year 2017 in this one, of a dream of the one that he loved. Percival, did you get a haircut? No, wait, what's with that, Percival? Nothing's fine at all. Percival, what happened to your hair? What do you mean? You can hear the festivities in the town. Everyone is celebrating the Round Table Knight's victories. Aurora is talking to a guest. Ah, and news has reached Nakanorea that we have defeated the Fang Clan army, and specifically defeated Woodwurst. And hey, Koyanskaya just returned to Meridian. Now, what was she doing? So, this is where it is revealed that the reason that Morgan's reinforcements never showed up was because Koyanskaya went and dealt with them herself. Now, I wonder why that would be. Crazy. And hey, Woodwurst didn't die. I'm not dead. I won't die. Just who the hell do you think I am? That's right. Woodwurst is a super badass. The child of Leinik, the champion of the Great Moss War, the one who slayed the King of Moss. So, yeah. Despite the fact that Woodwurst has been dealt a direct blow from a holy weapon, he's still going. That's impressive. It's real impressive. And he realizes that it wasn't the holy weapon itself that caused his loss. It was instead that girl riding upon Red Rabbit. And also, Red Rabbit being there, does that mean he was betrayed by Aurora? That's right. That's right. Aurora basically says, for these past couple hundred years, the Queen's only been using the Fairy Knights. It looks like the Queen's been planning to cast you aside for a long time and welcome in a new age. Aurora, was that true? Or were you... No, it can't be. That's right. Aurora even says that Woodwurst would be the one most suited to rule out of all of the 6 clan leaders. But instead, it seems that he's being, Instead, it seems he's being cast aside. But Einzel's prophecy was wrong. The true King of Britain should not be the Empress, nor should it be the Child of Prophecy. Woodwurst, you should be the true king. And he says, no, Aurora wouldn't lie to me. Red Rabbit must have been acting alone. He must have gone out without her permission. Yes, Salisbury, Aurora, she is my ally. I shall return to Oxford and heal my injuries. I must return to Oxford. I am the leader of the Fang clan. I am Britain's strongest warrior, Woodwurst. Fairy Knights or whatever, I'll kill all of them. I'll kill the Empress Morgan if I have to. But unfortunately for Woodwurst, it's just not his day, is it? So Beryl says, hold on now. I just need a little something from you. Cruciata. And Lady Spinel, that is Fairy Knight Tristan, casts a magic that she's never used before. And Beryl says, "Wow, you really can use my old grandma's magic. Well done, that was quite the curse." Really? But that really didn't feel very good. For some reason, I had a truly disgusting feeling when I used that magic. I don't think I want to use it anymore. Oh, that's fine. You don't have to use it anymore if you don't want to. After all, just using that magic a single time will rot you from the inside out. And with that, Beryl is going to do some organ harvesting. And he grabs one of Woodworth's organs to take with him. All right. Time for fragment number 7. 7. Okay, where are we at this part of the past? Okay. The Savior Tonelico, the Black Knight Hector, the Fairy Knight Totorot are going on their big journey with Mash. Fairy Knight Mash. Sorry, I'm trying to get my bearings on exactly which part this is. Gua! All right, so, I see where we are. I know what we've been talking about here. So, basically all of that was to say that... Okay, yeah. So all of that bit of information we got was as follows. There is a big ceremony happening in a few months to crown the new king Uther, and for the clans to receive their bone bells before Tonelico returns to Avalon. She decided to have Mash help her investigate the giant hole in the middle of Britain to figure out what the hell is in there, because she never had the means to do so until another strong person appeared. Mash learns that Tonelico hibernates to recover her mana for 20 or so years before she reawakens to purge any calamities around Britain. On top of that, Tonelico has been seen as a foreign invader by the fairies because she's not a British fairy. That is why she goes off to hibernate after purging a calamity, which makes the fairies think that she reincarnates when calamities arise. She wants she wants Britain to change for the better with King Uther coming along, a human king, to guide them, because Britain is built upon the corpses of fairies, and the war never ceases in their fight for territory and creation for land. Alright, and just last night, Todorat was feeling sullen and down and forgetting things, so Mash introduces the concept of writing a diary to her so she won't forget things. Alright, time for the big hole. Alright, that should be all the important points that happened. Alright, again, Tanelica tells Mash not to say anything about what the big hole might be like in the future or anything, to try and prevent any sort of time paradoxes. So, she's going to use an enchantment to lower Mash down. Or an enchantment with Todorat to strengthen her spin wheel thread so that Mash can be lowered down into the hole. It's been about 60 minutes. She is 7,000 meters into that hole. $7,000 guys. 7,000 meters is deep. That is like trench level deep. For those wondering how deep that is. Okay, so far she hasn't seen anything, just darkness. There's a bunch of ashes, she says. There. Can you really still not see anything down there, Mash? She hears something, though. 7,400 meters. 7,450 meters deep. She's asking how much further she might have to go. There's not much further, and she still can't see. Wait. There's something here. Ashes and red lights. What the hell is this sound? What's going on, Tanelico? Mash-san walked right into a trap. There's tons of magical energy going off there, and she's losing consciousness. So, she says, this isn't Britain anymore. It's someplace like a curse from the stars. Just what the hell is in this Lostbelt? Or there's enough curse energy there to cover the whole planet, even. And she says, what is this? This huge thing that it's Kernunos. But why? Why is an ancient Celtic god... Why is an ancient Celtic god's corpse here? That's right. Inside the big hole was the corpse of an ancient Celtic god. Todorat says, you idiot, don't ever scare me like that again. Tanako says she's sorry because she didn't realize just what might have been in that hole. On top of that, she even brought Mash here to the Great Cathedral to purify her of the curse, of the cursed energy that was infecting her body there. Alright, that's all the important parts of that shit. Alright, 1 sec before we go to section 16, I'm gonna relaunch this and fix the sound issue. I was right when I said this may take a while. We're still got a lot to go. We're only on section 16. Alright, so, will I upload this on YouTube? Yes, I will. Hi, YouTube. It's me. How are you doing? You hanging in there on this long journey? Alright, let's get back in there. We're on section 16 of this recap. Even going fast at this and skipping a bunch of the dialogue. This is taking a long time. This just goes to show how girthy this Lostbelt is. I feel like this Lostbelt by itself is longer than like 3 Lostbelts put together. No wonder it had to release in 3 parts. Avalon the Fae, section 16, Gloucester 2. All right. So we go over to be like, "Hey, Percival, you okay, dude?" Seeing as the whole hair color thing happened. And he says, "I'm fine, don't worry about it." Turns out that using the Holy Lance, well, ate a little bit of his lifespan away. No biggie. Alright, so, the reason we have made our way to Gloucester is because we have received an invitation to a dance ball from Murian. Isn't that nice? As celebration for our victory, and for all the fairies being all in a festive mood. But hey, Castoria can't go there looking like this. These are travel duds. We need to get her some nice clothes. Habitrot, Muramasa, the time is now. Oberon, you fund it. Go borrow more money from people. Everybody dance. Amazing, it's so pretty. Alright, so we have come here to the Farium, Marian's dance ball. So there's a bunch of noble fairies here, a bunch of elites and stuff, but we can't really recognize any new faces. But we do see Bargast. And he's like, no way. Oh, look, there's Lancelot and Aurora. And Muramasa is like, oh, who's that fairy next to Aurora? Aurora's pretty impressive herself, but that fairy next to her is really out of this world. So that's the kind of girl that you like, huh, Muramasa-san? No, I don't mean it like that. And Barrel's here, also Fairy Knight Tristan. All the heroes. So why the hell did Murian invite all of them here at the same time? Is this going to turn to some huge battle? Nah, don't worry. It's fine. Alright, so we're schmoozing with some fairies here and there. You were at Aurora's side before. Today. And she introduces herself in a very kind way, saying that she is Fairy Knight Lancelot. Welcome to the Farium Ball, Artoria, Gura. And she even says, "And who is that beautiful young lady? Who is that beautiful young lady with you?" Da Vinci. Da Vinci has been swayed by Fairy Knight Lancelot. She's too cute. She's too beautiful. And she pretends not to know Muramasa. You're that Muramasa person. Sorry, I never got a good look at your face. Oh, wow, so you really did survive that battle. When should our next one be? Yeah. She was like, it was actually a lot of fun. Let's have another fight. She congratulates us for our victory at Londinium. And, she's glad to hear that Percival didn't die. And what about him? Is there something wrong with Did anything happen to him? Nah, he's fine. But how do you know Percival anyway? I'm his older sister. I see, his older sister, huh? Then it makes sense you would be worried about it. Percival's One-san? So that's how they know each other. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright, so out of nowhere we learn Fairy Knight Lancelot is Percival's older sister. Although more like adoptive sister, considering, you know, family structure isn't a real thing here, but, you know, still. And this fairy here is calling out to us. There's someone that's a fairy knight that still has something to talk with us about. All right, let's go. It's Burgess in her nice dress. Also, I wish they would have done something a little different for the pose, because you can clearly see there's supposed to be a sword in her right hand that she's leaning on, but there's no sword to lean on. Just, like, put her hand on her hip or something. The dress really suits you. It looks great. Of course it does. I'm a noble. I have to know the basics of courtesy and manners. All right. This is where we're going to continue our conversation from before. Here, Burgess is going to ask us in more detail that we are not here to destroy the world and that we are here as saviors, and we say yes. So she asks, this proper human history of yours, would it be possible to migrate anyone there? And we say yes. She asks, are there fairies there? And we say yes, fairies do exist. So, with all that, it looks like we're in. Wait, fairies do exist? Yes, fairies do exist. In proper human history. The way it's explained is that generally they hide away in forests and show up very seldom, if at all. They're an incredibly rare thing to see because of how history shaped out. With this, I guess they'd be a little bit more common. At the end, Burgess invites us to meet with her at her city of Manchester. Okay, Oberon shows up. He's gonna basically say, hey, not a big fan of Burgess still, considering the whole burn down the forest thing. But, I mean, what are you gonna do? Oh, we're gonna head our way up to the 3rd floor of the building. Finally, Castoria gets to use the magic she learned from Merlin. That's right, chat. We get to use our breaking and entering magic. Lockpicking, wall scaling, presence concealment, sleep spells. All right, it's time for Merlin's magic to pay off. Hehehe. So, we ask how she even learned. By the way, where did you learn Merlin's magic from? And she says that she learned it from basically telepathic messages that she got through her staff, the Staff of Selection. I mean, that makes sense. That's fair. Okay. Unfortunately, we tried to make our way up into the bell chamber, but instead we walked into this. All right. All right. This is a fight to see who will control Britain's future. An audition to decide the true queen. Now, let's mix ridicule with envy and start the main event. Oh, wait a second. Why are there so many fairies with masks all over the place? I thought as much. I knew you were up to something, Murian. Let me introduce them once more. On this stage is a beautiful woman and man who are the pride of our fairy kingdom, the royal pair. We have the beloved daughter of Her Majesty the Queen, Fairy Knight Tristan, and Her Majesty's husband, Beryl Gutsama. And the ones who are to face them are the change in the wind that is getting everyone's attention. The ones that Einzel prophesies to be the saviors of Britain. The child of prophecy Arturia, and the foreign mage Gouda-sama. Tristan and Arturia's showdown began in this very place, and Beryl-sama and Gouda-sama apparently have deep ties to one another. There is no other pair than them, so please, take to the stage. If you are someone who is able to defeat Fairy Knight Tristan, then the bells of Gloucester will be approved to ring even if I don't. Or the bells of Gloucester will approve you ringing them even if I don't. Alright, the fairies are all going to be like, yeah, good idea, Murian-sama, I love it. Great, great, great. These people. Damn it, Arturia, this is messed up. Oh, no you don't. I know you're trying to sneak out of here. You've got no choice but to get on stage. Give up already. No, let go. I can't. I really can't do this. All right, kick him over there. You guys got to go together on stage. Oberon! What do we do, Muramasa? Morion, we need a dresser. This is a stage after all. Oh, Muramasa-san, it looks like you're still alive. If you need a dresser, it's backstage. Yeah, alright, I just need a bit of time. Gouda, listen up. Alright, so, we back out. And of course, Tristan's going to gloat. This isn't like last time. We're not just going to duel with Magecraft, but I also have my special dress on. It sucks I didn't get to rip their mouths off, but the sight of them running away is pretty nice. Like, it's so funny she's pretended to be this child of prophecy, but still looks like some low-class fairy. I bet you couldn't find a more miserable and pathetic fairy in all of Britain than her. Are you sure about that? Behold! The reveal. Of the second ascension! Arturia, your face, your face! You're right, deep breaths, deep breaths. Alright. She says, I'm not gonna hold back. I'll take out that arrogant pride of yours. You sure can talk, you country bumpkin. I commend you for knowing the value of a good pair of heels. But don't get so cocky when you're about to lose. I'll show you some mercy, but don't beg for your life, okay? Hey, wait a second. You really do think you're that strong, huh? Jeez. But like I've said before, I won't show any mercy this time. You're gonna go back crying into your little castle. And then that would mean this is the second time I'm gonna send you home crying to Mama. That ain't gonna happen. You little bitch, I'm gonna cut you to pieces. Oh boy, an insult battle? Tristan's gonna totally lose at that. Alright. So, Beryl says, "Go easy on me, this'll be my first time fighting master to master. And this is a master that's got quite a lot of battle experience. In fact, he's the most experienced one of them all. Sparring with a highly skilled partner like you's gonna be pretty tough. Let's have some fun killing each other, Kohai-kun." We win! Ding ding dong. It's Artoria's win. No, it came out. Wait. Mother is going to yell at me. Why is it like this? Why is it always like this? All right. The crowd says the Fairy Knight got beaten. The second one after Borgest. Amazing. Einzel's prophecy must have been right. But wait a second. That Tristan. Where have I seen that fairy before? Oh, I know. It's her. I saw her in Grimalkin-sama's mansion 100 years ago. Her real name is Balbon Shi. She's a female servant in Darlington, the vampire Balbon Shi. Wait, did you say vampire? What the hell was the queen thinking? Oh, how disgusting. So she drinks the blood of human beings. No wonder she stinks like a sewer channel. Just how many people have you sold your body to over all these years? So you were revived 100 years ago, though, with those corpses buried in Darlington. You damn vampire. So yeah. No, I'm... Stop it. Don't insult my mother. She's always right. What's wrong with sucking the blood out of corpses? What's wrong with being a living corpse? Darlington full of corpses? It's been that way for a long time. Ah, she ran away. Balbon Shi just ran away. I guess the queen must have gone crazy to think she chose a low-grade fairy as her successor. Looks like things got really rough for her, and for some reason you don't look too happy about it. Everyone's just kind of spitting nothing but lies. So, there we go. We now know that Fairy Knight Tristan is actually the vampire Balbon Shi. Alright, I'm just gonna get out of here now. If Mash isn't here, there's no point in me being here to play with you. See you later, saviors. I'll see you guys in Camelot sooner or later. And just like that, true name revealed, Balbon Shi. I thought it was important to have a little bit of that dialogue available. Alright, she's congratulating us on a job well done and putting on a good show. We even got to ring the other bell. Bada bing, bada boom. Easy peasy, right? Alright, where's Koyanskaya? Oh, yes, Lady Koyanskaya is out doing some stuff. She got some work to do. Habanyan! Nya, 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 nya. So, she was just taken aback seeing Artoria's new outfit. Wow, crazy, right? It is quite the outfit, isn't it? Okay, Oberon, what the hell were you doing back on the night of before Londinium's battle? Okay, so this is where Oberon reveals that he's been making a deal with the devil. That's right. Behind our backs, he hired Koyanskaya to eliminate Morgan's reinforcements in exchange for the location of the dragon Albion's remains. And considering Koyanskaya is trying to become a beast, that's a little Oberon bad. Oberon bad, 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 bad. Bad Oberon. But what's done is done, and you can't change the past. Bad Oberon. Alright, Spriggan scheming with someone to dethrone Morgan. Because that's what Spriggan does. And the whole reason behind it is because the Queen Morgan is just too smart. He can't manipulate her. She's not easy to trick, and she sees through anything that he tries to do. So, if anything, Spriggan is saying that he wants someone that's a lot more easily manipulatable sitting on the throne. For example, a bright-eyed young girl that is called the Child of Prophecy who seems easy enough to manipulate. So that's where Spriggan's coming from. Literally, just a little bit more of Spriggan proving that he's a dick. Alright, Balbanshi is back in her room, obviously, and pissed off about losing. She's wondering how she could possibly lose. She's the daughter of the queen. She's inherited the magic. She had the fairy named Tristan. Ah, but wait. This'll definitely be my win. Behind Mother's throne, I can take the garden. All right, moving to section 17. Oh. Manchester. We're halfway through 6.2. I'm giving you a night call to tell you where I am. Alright, we're super speeding through this part. By the way, 6.3 is going to take a very long time. I'm going to read a lot of 6.3. Because there's a lot of big important things that happen. I feel like it would not do it justice to skip tons of it. Okay, hey, Red Rabbit got a new set of armor, so he's looking fine. We've got all the time in the world, Thor. Alright, so we're preparing to head to Orkney to get the next bell. Percival and Gareth are preparing to return to Londinium. In order to hold down the fort. And Oberon says that he's going to go out on his own for more information gathering and try to find out where that final sixth bell is. The sound of the bells. For 16 years, she has been trapped within this dream. All the Gloucester fairies congratulating her and thanking her for being the child of prophecy. So you know a little. Ah. Looking through her dreams at that one single light, she sees it. A different world, a different Britain. She sees a young girl guided by a mage to pull out a sword and enact a path to destiny. And throughout this time, Castoria is watching, wishing that she could tell the young girl to stop. The young girl with such a kind look on her face to not take this path. All the way to the fated end. Castoria feels as though this was a horrible future, a horrible road. Why did they force such a terrible path onto her, and why did she accept it? Everyone died before her, and she died alone in the end. Saying it must have all just been some terrible joke. Why would she choose this path to become the king? She can't fathom it. She can't understand it at all. But I think I might. After all, I might be a little bit similar to her. Nothing like taking the hard road. All right, we make our way to Manchester as we promised to go talk with Vargas. Wow, you look so strong. Let's fight. Once more, I saw that dream of the past. I'm crying. I'm crying, and I'm eating my beloved. It's delicious. It's delicious. It's amazing. It's the best. I hate it. It hurts. I want it to stop. So yeah, not the best life here. Living the rule of the wild. The rules of nature. The strong protect the weak. And the strong feast upon the weak. So yes, we start getting a little bit of backstory here. Were you crying again? Come on, come here now. It's fine to cry. Today I'll listen to whatever you want to. So basically, it is question mark person saying, consoling redacted name, and saying you can cry as much as you want. I'll listen to anything you want. We can talk about stories, kindness, justice, those kinds of people. How about we talk about the stories of your beloved round table? After all, they're your favorite stories. This and the thoughts in between are saying, this is not a strong person. This is someone weak who must be protected. And whenever I hear that weak voice calling out to me, it always puts a smile in my heart. Look, isn't this a pretty garden? After all, you cultivated such beautiful flowers. I may not be able to walk anymore, but even today you planted new flowers for me, didn't you? Thank you. You're so kind. So, little bit of backstory of Barga's policy of the strong eat the weak is more like the strong must protect the weak. After all, she's taken in a weak and sickly boy to take care of. All right, let's go meet up with Bargast. She's still in her nice dress. So beautiful. I mean, at least you have nice, good taste, Red Rabbit. She is very beautiful. All right, so, she wants us to prove our strength one final time before promising to ally with us. Of course. After all, her policy of strength makes right, basically, means let's do it. And we had some delicious food afterwards. Mmm, tasty. So, through negotiations, we have made a pact with Barghest to... oh no, it's really good. Barghest handmade all of it. Of course, it's only natural. After all, when gearing yourself up to become a wife and live with your loved ones, things such as cooking has to be something that you learn. Poor Artoria, she loses out on every wife front. Oh no, she's gonna explode. Alright, so, Barghest is willing to accept our proposal now. She says the proposal of migration is something that she is willing to go with, to take fairies out of this Lostbelt and into proper human history to be able to live before the world will reach its end. Da Vinci says we have a capacity of, we could probably take something like 500 fairies on the storm border. And thus, we make our agreement with Barghest. She swears that she will accept any punishment after the Battle of Camelot. And furthermore, she promises to introduce us to her current beloved, Adonis, I believe, or Agnes was his name. The sickly boy. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're asking her now about it. Uh-huh. We heard all about this new lover that you got, that you're keeping back home at Manchester. You return all the time to see him. That's definitely not true. I am the lord of this town and have to return for business reasons. After all, I can only love strong people. I'm Barghest and I can only love strong people. This person has no power whatsoever, no life force whatsoever, no abilities whatsoever. Saying that, what are you saying? That this is my loved one. Oh, really? Aw, get teased. Get teased, nerd. Yep, Adonis. There it is, Adonis. So, we give her a nice teasing. She promises to introduce us to Adonis once the battles are all over, and we're, flying on the storm border towards proper human history. On top of that, I just saw it flash, Barrel Gut. She confirms Barrel Gut is 100% undeniably Morgan's master. So, we were questioning whether or not Beryl Gut was her master, considering she is the king of the Lostbelt and has been ruling over it for 2,000 years. So how the hell is that possible, considering Beryl got here, what's today, Thursday? Last Tuesday, basically. He got here like a week before we did. Okay, maybe a little earlier, but still. Here it is, Beryl's little backstory. So Beryl sees the light of the alien god asking him whether he wants to live or just continue slacking off dead. And he's like, "Oh, Kishtaria, looks like you're alive too." Yada yada yada. So this is the backstory, a little bit of backstory about Beryl gaining the Lostbelt. Specifically, Kirstaria says there's something odd about the Lostbelt of Britain. I need you to go deal with it. I need you to destroy the Lostbelt. Kirstaria ordered Beryl to kill the Lostbelt. Meaning Kirstaria had an idea that there's something up here. And the something up there is actually something down in that big hole. The dead god. So, Beryl arrives here. There's no new humanity. There's basically nothing here except, you know, a few mystic beasts and maybe a fairy here and there, that kind of stuff. Oh well, time to get to work. He told me to destroy the fantasy tree here. Well, first things first, I gotta get myself a servant. Alright, time to do a summoning ritual. What kind of servant will he get? Certainly something with the ability to eradicate this world would be the best option. And boy, asking for someone with the ability to eradicate Britain, he sure won the lottery because servant, ruler. The Fairy Queen Morgan has answered your summons. Are you, I ask of you, are you my master? So yeah, Beryl won the absolute lottery, getting Morgan Le Fay of all people to come destroy Britain. After all, she destroyed the most successful kingdom in the history of Britain. Alright, so without a doubt, Beryl summoned Morgan. Let us move on to fragment number 8. How long we been going? 6.5 hours. Oh baby, we've got a lot to go. We ain't even close. Oh no. Not like this. Alright, back in time with Mash and Tonelico and all their friends. Alright, so across the time that they spend here, it's been a couple of months. They investigate ruins across Britain, trying to find any sort of background information. And the The only one they've been able to find is a prophecy of destruction left behind by the first human, known as the God's Priestess. Alright, speed up. Okay. So, Yep, Tonelico basically reveals that since we saw that prophecy of destruction, it talks about war in 4 seasons and only winter is yet to come. She only intends to maintain Britain and save whatever she can, and she's become disillusioned with the fairies who keep trying to kill her every time she hands over a new era to them. And she also knows that the fairy calendar here is being completely held up by that fantasy tree. And since the tree is not there in the future, that means that Morgan must have turned the Lostbelt basically into a singularity. On top of that, in 400 years, when the fairy calendar ends and the queen calendar begins, MASH is going to just vanish. So there needs to be a plan to prevent any contradictions in the time stream for when that happens, and in order to get MASH back to the present. All right, moving on to Chapter 18. We're getting really close to some big important stuff. Like, big important stuff. Big. All right, let's see. We have departed from Manchester and arrived at the lakeside near the dried up stump of the fantasy tree. So, we're still kind of incredulous about Barrelgut being Morgan's master, considering the fact that, again, Morgan's been ruling over this land for 2,000 years, and that just doesn't make any sense. Just don't make no sense. No way, no how. All right. Habitrot is going to give us a little bit of a history lesson about the fairy year 6000, the Spring War. This was a battle in which the northern and the southern fairies fought each other to a bloody standstill. It was a war where eventually the southern fairies won out. The southern fairies brutally massacred the northern fairies who were invading into their land. Successors were killed immediately after birth. Their corpses were piled up on the sea, eventually forming the lands that reached to Orkney. And the only one that escaped was the Queen of the North, who eventually created the Western Isle of Ireland. That would be Knocknorea. Well, Knocknorea's predecessor, Queen Mab, that is. It was complete destruction. On top of that, she tells us a little bit about how Tonelico mediates the different clans of the fairies to eventually create the 6 clans so that they would stop killing each other so damn much. This was the Summer Wars. Basically, what we're learning here is that fairies suck. Fairies suck a lot. If it weren't for Tonelico going around and telling them, hey, stop murdering each other, they would have killed each other all to death. Killed to death. So yes, the six clans were created in the first place by Tonelico saying, look, why don't you just group together and then have a leader of this group, leader of that group, yada yada, and then not kill each other and talk to each other. That would be a good idea, don't you think? All right, sleepy time. It's late. Hey, you're not invited into my tent. Unless you're one of those hot ghosts. Ah. We're going to get a little bit more in depth with this in a future chapter, but this is our introduction to the story of the original 6 fairies. The original 6 fairies were in a vast sea of nothingness. But a great horned god took pity upon them. And so it would stop the waves of the ocean to allow them reprieve from the water. It was very fluffy, very large, and very kind. So, the 6 fairies, thanking Cernunnos for stopping the waves and allowing them to play, decided to become friends with it. It would stop the waves for them because anytime it looked like they were having a hard time. Cernunnos was a very kind deity. And so, because Cernunnos was a god to them, the 6 original fairies wanted to praise him. And they wanted to give alms to him. And they asked for him, and they made him happy and asked for him for land to exist, and their wish was granted. And thus the festival came to an end. The original 6 treated Cernunnos very preciously and loved him. And that is the origin of the British Isles. Amazing, Habenyan. Thank you for all the information. Well done. Good story, Habenyan, but we're sleepy. It's sleepy time. Okay, it's wake-up time. Time to continue heading through the lakeside, where the moss is stronger. 7 hours and still going? Oh, we've got plenty to go. Oh no, it's a ghost! Alright, so we fight that ghost, but, it's actually pretty cool. Not the worst ghost out there. Her name is Mira. Summary, by the way? Oh, this is a summary. This is a summary-ass summary. Reading this whole thing took a long time. You're welcome. Alright, so the whole reason we've come to this lakeside is because Oberon told us this is where Albion is, and thus Koyanskaya was going to head here. Mira, the spirit we just met, is asking for our aid in driving Koyanskaya out of the Mirror Clan's special sacred grounds. Also, we have a vested interest in doing so because, again, a wannabe beast of humanity is definitely something that we don't want getting the hands onto the corpse of a dragon. That seems like it would not mix well for us. Every time we beat the moss, more keeps showing up. Hey, look who's here. Ah, yes. Because Lancelot called Artoria the Child of Prophecy, the spirit is rejoicing. Finally, the Child of Prophecy has arrived. Also, Lancelot annihilates the moss. Like, it's not a fight. Lancelot wins. Easy peasy. Big victory. Boosh. So, basic information that has been talked about over this is that Albion, as a pure-blood dragon, is basically the equivalent to dragons that a grand servant is to servants. A grand dragon, basically. The skeletal remains of Albion are here in this swamp, which is what Koyanskaya was trying to get her hands on. Yeah! Also, Lancelot's scared of ghosts. Ah, there's the skeletal remains. There's a bunch of keep out with NFF stickers on here. How dare she defile our sacred lake? Yeah. So, Koyanskaya's sitting up Koyanskaya is floating up above everything because she doesn't want to get the dress that she received from Morian-sama dirty by going into that murky lake. That murky swamp, I should say, yes. Ah, and fun thing with Lancelot, this feeling, you're a beast, aren't you? Lancelot reveals that she is from proper human history, and so she knows about beasts. And Koyanskaya has been mixing her energy in with some gross stuff in order to raise basically a giant moss dragon. And then she makes that face that just makes me feel so good. So she's been combining the dead flesh left over from Albion with the cursed energy of the moss to create this new moss creature to fight us. So, Fairy Knight Lancelot says that she will take care of this. My true name is Melusine. That's right. She reveals herself to be Melusine. Boop. Be sure to look her up if you don't know about her. And she goes immediately for Koyanskaya and nails her. So, Koyanskaya's little plan of wearing down Fairy Knight Lancelot and taking her did not succeed. Yes, Koyanskaya revealed her plan to us wasn't to take Albion, because Albion's dead after all, so she can't incorporate it into her own power. It is instead to lure Fairy Knight Lancelot here, wear her down, and then take her body for herself. But that didn't work out too well for her, now did it? Aww. Get dabbed on. Also, she did hit Koyanskaya. She landed quite the hit on her. Alright, Lancelot says that she will guide us out of the ruins. Or, I'm sorry, Melusine says she'll guide us out of the ruins. And that next time we meet will be on the battlefield. even though we helped her out. Uyame kudasai, Aurora-san. Stop that, Aurora-sama. Don't get your hands filthy. And besides, there could be moss there. Mm-hmm. If you're wondering why Fairy Knight Lancelot, why Melusine was at Aurora's side, it is because Aurora pulled her, the last remaining living flesh of Albion, out of the black murky swamp and helped give her life. And that is why that area, that lake, is so precious to her, and why she didn't want it to be defiled, because that's where she became who she is. Alright, good little backstory for a good little fairy knight. Alright, see you later. Good luck in your battle at Camelot! Really fucky for this Mirror Clan spirit to say that. Remember, the whole thing about the Mirror Clan was just that they could see the future. But the Mirror Clan was destroyed. It's fine, it's fine. Everybody wanted things to come to an end eventually anyway. Everybody dies. On top of that... But, on top of that, they have a less good prophecy from Einzel to give to us. Okay, this part is the ghost basically saying that Einzel was constantly giving out prophecy after prophecy and was never given time to rest. So, I, who am not Einzel, took this job as the overseer of the clan through death, so that Einzel could rest. So, also saying, sorry, but we don't have any bell anymore. You see, our bell and our altar were burned with Einzel. There are two final parts to the prophecy. This is important. The child of prophecy will arrive twice. The first time to live, the second time to die. And with that, Mira has fulfilled her duty. Meanwhile... Ooh, that looks like it hurt. Ow, 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 ow. That bitch. So, Koyanskaya came here with 6 tails, and she just lost one. She was planning to get 1 tail from each Lostbelt and eventually become a 9-tailed beast, to become something that even that damned heavenly fox couldn't stop. But then again, there were only a few, only 7 Lostbelts, so it would have been impossible. Oh well. Guess I'll just be 2 down now. So yes, she lost a tail there. For her, it seems tails are like 1-ups, so she lost one of her extra lives. All right, here we go. We've got Oberon showing up. And she retorts, "You led me over to Albion knowing it was a corpse that I couldn't possibly use. You have quite the way of with words, Fairy King." And he's like, "Yes, of course. I'm not an enemy of Caldia, and you are. There's no way I would help you." But he has a proposal that it's a little too early for her to leave Britain now. He wants to make a deal. All right, where are we at now? We are at Fragment 9, before Section 19. Oh god, there's still so much to go. 24-hour stream, here we come. All right, it is the end of the year 400 on the fairy calendar. After the destruction of Londinium at Orkney. So yeah. They couldn't stop. They couldn't stop it. Even though Tonelico spent all this time doing everything she could to save Britain, for some reason, the fairies gotta fuck everything up again. So yeah, here's what happened. Here's what happened to screw everything up. At the coronation of King Uther, everyone there got nice and poisoned and died. On top of that, all of the fairies tried to hunt down Tonelico to kill her. At this point, Tonelico says there is no saving this Britain. What she's going to do... is have Mash hibernate inside of a coffin inside of the fantasy tree, basically, near Orkney. By doing so, and without leaving any record of her name, and just claimed that she's the first fairy knight, she can cheat her into the queen's calendar and prevent her from causing any temporal disruptions. So this is Totorot leaving information in her diary for the future about the year 2017 to come, about needing to journey to Orkney and all that stuff. So yeah, it turns out when all the people try to kill you over and over again after you save their asses, you start becoming a little bit jaded towards the world. Yeah, Tonelico kind of loses all hope after the, what, like 50th time she saves Britain and gets called a monster. Alright, moving on to Section 19, Orkney. To expand upon what we said earlier, Tonelico was grateful for Mash to team up with her, and left a note hoping that Galahad would entrust his powers to Mash once more when she finds her will to fight. Therefore, that's where she got her power boost. On top of that, Totorot went to go die in a cave, went to go petrify herself in a cave, as following a plan set by Grimm, leaving a diary to guide her her new self Habitrot to Sheffield in 2017. Oh man. Alright, so, let's continue. Check out them herbs. These damn bad fairies. Yeah. This is Lostbelt 6.2, aka the section entitled Morgan Did Nothing Wrong. Morgan did nothing wrong. Alright, so, here we are at the shores of northern Britain. We're getting really close to my very detailed notes, because there's a lot of detail to come soon. Hey, a white wolf. Perfect! That's exactly what we needed, a nice guide from the Sage Grimm. We hop on into a boat and arrive at the ruined castle of Orkney. Hey, look! It's Grimm! What's up, Casteraniki? It's Cucullin! Hey now, don't go using that name. That's not my name. My magical power's gonna fall if you use that. Just call me Grimm. Alright, he wants a fight. For funsies. Fight for funsies. Very good. Make sure that the Child of Prophecy is up to snuff. All right, so a little bit of info. I think we're going to get it in a moment or two. All right, I am the wise sage Grim. True name Cucullin. I am a heroic spirit from proper human history. 6,000 years ago, I was known as the divine spirit Odin. And I currently house Odin within me. That's right, chat. This is Odin. Nice. Oh, divine spirit, is that god thing you were talking about? That religion stuff? Yup, sure is. Alright, so we've got one blue-haired old man and one red-haired old man in the other corner, both of them with insane abs. I say they should fight it out for old man supremacy. What do you think? Alright, little bit of backstory here for the area of Oakney, which I think I skimmed past. I think I skipped past. The snow covering all of Oakney is not snow. It is instead the tears from the Rain Clan apologizing to the Fairy of Paradise. Oh, yep, there we go. That's this next information. So, the Wind Clan was completely wiped out by the other clans because they supported the pilgrimage of the ringing of the bells. This Ku here, Caster Ku, is the same servant that we met all that time ago, originally in Fuyuki, who carried on his memories thanks to Odin housing himself in his body. Pretty neat cheat ability. Well, gods are allowed to ascend past the rules of, you know, the heroic spirit summoning system. Okay, his first time, he has been summoned here a couple times. His first time coming to the Fairy Kingdom was in Fairy Kingdom 6000, where Odin possessed a fairy and was a pseudo-servant. And, fun fact, he was apparently summoned in by Tonelico. Tonelico summoned him in to fulfill a contract of destroying the fantasy tree. Withering it up, basically. Which, hey, good job. He did it. Okay, the second time that he has been summoned was in 2017 here in Caster Ku's body. So again, this is just Odin, who wants to be called Grim. And he's been summoned this time to enact Odin's solution of fixing the problem of the Fairy Kingdom Britain. Caster Ku, this Ku, was first dispatched to Fuyuki to form a bond with Caldia so that he would be able to then be summoned later down the line in this land as having a contract and connection to us. That's right. A plan years into the making. That's some third dimensional level chess right there. Lot of fog here. Lot of fog. All right. We are making our way to the altar of Orkney. Snow. That's not snow. That's ashes. All right, we have made our way to the bell altar, where someone was waiting for us. It's Mash! She's encased in ice! So, from the fairy year 4000, she has been waiting here for 2,400 years. She has stayed frozen in time. Turns out Grimm had a pretty good idea there, and it worked. He just told Mash to chill, and she did. But the last thing standing between us and saving her, one final trial. We have to deal with the lingering resentment of Tonelico and her knight. The knight is Arthur Pendragon for some reason, even though it's supposed to be Uther, because Uther was the Black Knight that was palling around and traveling with them. That's why he wasn't there after we learned that the celebration in Londinium turned out to be a big massacre. But hey, Arthur, Uther, close enough, right? It was also a really cool stage. You could see Mash in the ice crystal in the background of it. Crack. Snap. Crackle. And pop. Tonelico is screaming and running. Why? 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 It hasn't even been one day and they fuck Britain up again. They killed Uther. They destroyed the Round Table. They killed them all like trash. Oh yeah, it's time to go a little bit insane here. So, as you can see, right as Uther was supposed to be coronated king and things were supposed to get back on track, there was an uprising of anti-Londinium forces that killed everyone. Uther, please, just one more time. Talk to me one more time. Yeah. Is even this not enough? Can I not save this Britain? Tonelico shouts that she will never forgive the British fairies. I've been living in this Britain for 3,000 years already. I've already defeated countless calamities. And yet, even still, every single time, they just fuck everything up. It's not... My enemy isn't just these calamities. It is the very fairies of Britain themselves. And thus, she decides she's gonna throw all of her emotions away. She's going to throw all pretense of being a savior away. She's going to take this land by force and rule over the fairies. Ha 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 ha. もう彼ね、これでダメだったのなら、何もわからない。She's pretty much lost it. So hey, I shall never save the fairies. I shall never forgive the fairies. Now, who said that before? I don't care about Avalon the Fae's duty or whatever. Just keeping this land is good enough. All right, fairy soldiers found Tonelico. Wait, you're wrong. You're wrong. Who am I? Tonelico created a scapegoat for herself to make them think that they had captured her and think that Tonelico was dead. And with this, Tonelico will plan her final acts to enact her dream. Of course, trying out the fantasy tree. Yep, Londinium's been destroyed. So, this is where she's setting up Mash to be encased in ice to go to the future, and setting up the plan with Grimm to dry out and wither the fantasy tree. So, what is she doing? Yep, it's just like a ray shift, so she needs to use a coffin. As she says to the first fairy knight. Okay, so basically the plan is to make sure that she stays encased in ice and nobody is able to break her out. She won't be able to be broken out until she reunites with Gouda in the year 2017, and it has to be after the mash of that time is sent back here to prevent time paradoxes. In other words... Ah, yes. And she's going to give herself a new identity. Her true name. She will inscribe the name of the first fairy knight as Galahad. In order to allow Mash to have a connection with this place as well. I don't get how Mash got sent back here in the first place. Morgan's spell, her mirror spell, literally just sends stuff back in time. I see another JP translator. Hey, what's up? Okay, speed up a little bit. Alright, so, the first fairy knight that is Mash is only to be referred to as Galahad from now on, and that's the name that has to be written down. Because if it's Mash, if it's exactly the same person, it'll cause a conflict and she'll be deleted from history, basically. Cute burb, ayaya. Alright, this is where she is encasing Mash, I'm sorry, the first fairy knight, into ice to put her to hibernate and to help cause the withering of the fantasy tree. The ice is breaking. Sorry, I'm still going a bit on memory. We'll be out of memory and into Thor took notes like a good boy on chapter 21. Oh, such notes I took. She lives! She's free! Oh, Masha! We got her. How you doing, Mash? It's been a couple thousand years. Do I have to call you One-san now? You're way older than us now. Yes, Mash Kitty A-Light has returned. It's been a very long journey, but I'm so happy to hear your voice again. Yay. And that's how Gouda reunited with her. Oh yeah, there's new Mash expressions here. There's lots of new Mash stuff here. Ah. I remember this part of the dialogue. This is where Castoria realizes that she's pretty different from Gouda after all. because her duty is to fix the mistake, the sin of Britain. More Calamity talk. Well, we're finally here. We finally saved Mash for good this time. She's totally not getting sent away again. Guys, don't worry about it. Totally not gonna happen. Alright, Mash, give us the juicy deets about the past. Alright, Da Vinci's gonna tell us a little bit about the timeline of history. BC 12,000, the fairyland begins. BC 11,000, first large calamity. BC 6,000, the large land near Britain of Scotland comes into being. Albion dies. Yada, yada, yada. Recap within a recap. We've already talked about all this stuff. This is just putting it in a chronological order. I guess the big important one is the big wars. The big wars. Yes, here we go. BC 4000. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. The big wars. Yeah, basically World War I. Oh, there it is. We're gonna be... Yep. BC 4000 is very important because it was basically a massive war that lasted and was a huge diverging point until BC 1. Death. Lots of death. And at the end of BC 1, all the fairies were supposed to have died. Everybody's dead. Yeah, they gave us a whole timeline for this Lostbelt because it's kind of important. Hey, it's Habignan! Hey, Habignan! Mash Habignan's here! Yes? Habe... what was it? Oh, of course, you must be someone that Senpai met and had been cooperating with. Yes, it's very nice to meet you. Remember what Tonelico said in the past. That Mash would have to forget everything about the past and what they did with each other. Everything about Totodot. Oh, the pleasure's all mine. Wait, Habitrot, what's going on? What are you talking about? Is something going on? What, am I supposed to know this girl or something? Mm-hmm. Yup. Alright, let's ring some more bells. Song of the bells, The voice of the inner sea, yada yada yada, bring it ding ding. Alright, let's do it. Boy, that's a lot of bells we've rang. You know, I've got all these really detailed notes for chapter 21 on, and we're still not there. We're close, we're close. We're close to things taking 17 times longer than they already are. Alright, we rang the bells and we've returned back to the mainland. Alright, it is time to head to chapter 20, Choco Empire Edinburgh. The Chocolate Empire. So, I can hear the sounds of the bells again. Chocolate, oh yeah, chocolate. So, in this dream, she analyzes each of the lines of the Song of the Song of Prophecy. And look, it's Morgan. That's right. I shall not save these fairies. The only thing that I will protect is this country. She was the savior of fairies, but some shit happened. Lots of it. And she's taken on her true name now as Morgan Le Fay and is no longer going by Tonelico. Because in case you didn't know, Tonelico's true identity is Morgan. Her true identity of Avalon Le Fay. As I said before, Morgan did nothing wrong. The more that we read into this story, the more I'm like, alright, Morgan did everything right. Fuck the fairies. All my homies hate the fairies. Except for like 3 of them. Habitrot's cool. Mike from the shop, who likes Da Vinci so much, he's pretty cool. And oh, Gawain's pretty cool. Gawain's pretty cool. There we go. We found 3 fairies that were cool. Everyone else, though, fuck them. Fuck them. All my homies hate the fairies. Melusine? Not a fairy. She already revealed herself. She's Albion the Dragon. Her true identity is that of a dragon. A dragon. Hey, it's Red Rabbit. Nice to see you, Red Rabbit. After all, we need transport. We need to make our way to Edinburgh to go hang out with Nakanorea. Also, it makes sense why Tristan would just kill fairies without a care. Yeah, fuck the fairies. They're arguing about which old man is the stronger old man if they were to fight. Look, Grim, you're cool and all, but the humble blacksmith here is humbly able to murder gods in his sleep, so I think you might want to sit on the sidelines on that one. We have made our way to Edinburgh. Ah, yes, the north. Nakanorea's territory, where all the soldier men are nude and with painted bodies. Edinburgh. Bruh. Like how Masa says, what kind of mage is Grim for having for having no healing skills? And Grim's like, what kind of warrior doesn't have defensive skills? Well, the answer is the kind of warrior that goes balls out and kills you. Which, boy, is Muramasa good at that. Speaking of balls out. Best fairies, nya 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 nya. Look, the only fairies worth saving are Habitrot, Gawain, Morgan, she's a fairy. Mike from the shop. I think Mike from the shop is cool. Coral. Aurora's attendant. You know what? All the fairy knights, if you want to count them. If you want to count the fairy knights, I'll count them and say, yeah, they're all good. So we got, what, a list of 7? Maybe 8 fairies? Alright, so, we have met Nakanorea here in her grand chapel. We are discussing terms of forming an alliance, and she says she's willing to do so. However, she has a stipulation. And that stipulation is that she is the leader of the alliance. On top of that, she is the one who will ascend to the throne when we defeat Morgan. Nakanorea says that, basically says that her entire objective is to be queen of the entirety of the Isles of Britain, and nobody will get in her way. If we want her alliance, then we will have to concede to those points, or to determine the next king of Britain, we will have a contest. That's right, it's time for the greatest contest of all. To determine who is going to be the leader of this alliance and the one to ascend to the throne. That's right. The Valentine Mab Match. What? Oh, what? You don't know about it? So, it is time for the Valentine Mab Match. In this match, very simply, Whoever makes the most delicious chocolate wins. Whoever makes the most tantalizing and delicious chocolate wins. And here we have our judge. That's right, our judge has come out of the promiscuity of an event, Devil Karen. I don't know where she came from or why she's here. Just for funsies, I guess. In a storyline that's been so very serious about everything, all of a sudden Devil Karen shows up to judge a chocolate making contest. Yup. So, Devil Karen will be the referee and main judge. Nakanorea and Castoria are each assigned a kitchen and a helper. Nakanorea has taken Castoria has taken Mash as her helper. I mean, who better? Have you seen Mash's Valentine's chocolates? She's pretty damn good at that kind of stuff. Like, really good at that stuff, actually. It's crazy how detailed her Valentine's chocolates are. She's the only one that has to make different chocolate each year. That's true. That's fair. All right, these two are broing out, having their little friendly rivalry. We're just waiting for the time. Oh, also, the Northlands don't take too kindly to humans and are actually find it very odd that there's a human here. Nakanorea is a little bit of a tyrant. Okay, a little bit is putting it mildly. Nakanorea is a super tyrant and hates humans. And as such, humans are basically non-existent in the Northern Kingdom. Nighttime in Gouda's room. What could be happening in our room? Come in. Ah, it would seem that Mash would like to hang out. Definitely want to hang out. She has been practicing making chocolates with Artoria for the upcoming battle. A battle, huh? Well, after all, we need to win this chocolate making contest, so makes sense, right? How's she doing, Mash? Is she a natural? Oh wait, someone else is here. Woohoo! So, Nakanorea wanted to talk to us. What's up? Honestly, she doesn't have anything particularly amazing to talk to us. She just wants to talk about this or that, and demands that we give as much information as we can about our outside world. And even if we want to hold back, she'll torture it out of us if we have to. So we're like, okay, so we come from a place called Caldia. And anyway, that's everything that happened up here. Took about an hour or so of talking to get through that. Wait a second. You just told me, you just spilled everything into my head. I'm having trouble comprehending everything. So yeah, she's surprised, like, why would you just tell me everything? I was like, hey, it's fine. What are you gonna do with that information anyway? Well, the real answer is, and she even said that since she wants to be the queen that rules over everything, that includes the outside world. If there is some world outside to conquer, she wants to conquer it. So knowing more about the outside world, what might be her opponents and whatnot, is something she wanted to know. As for why she has so much hatred towards humans, it is because long ago, and she reveals this to us, she was betrayed by a human that she had fallen in love with. And because of that betrayal, she's been a little bit not happy with the humans. She does not think highly of us. I mean, I don't think highly of humans either. It makes sense. I feel that. Oh my god. Stop knocking at my door. Who is it? Oh, they knocked again. I got a bad feeling about this. Oh, it's Oberon. Hey, what's up? It's baby Oberon. Okay, he's been scouring the land for wherever the hell the 6th bell is, but he's got nothing. He got nothing. Remember, we have to ring all 6 bells, but we only know of 5 of them. And no matter where he's gone, who he's talked to, any information or contacts he could find, he couldn't find any information about the location of this 6th bell. We'll just give Oberon a thanks. Don't worry. Thanks for supporting Artoria and being so nice. We even tease him and say, isn't Artoria basically your Titania that you're looking for? He's like, no, that ain't it. All right, moving on to the actual story, the important story. As the sun rises, you know what time it is, baby. It's time for the Valentine Mab Match. Yay! Time for the showdown. Hell yeah, most important part of the entire story right here. Alright, over here in the Star Kitchen, we have Caster Artoria. Alright, they've begun. Alright, here's the basics of it. Nakonorea doing a fantastic job, making absolutely amazing chocolate. After all, she's had practice for her entire life. She's destroying it. She's killing it. She's doing great. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mash is making some absolutely beautiful chocolates herself. As expected, she's doing great. All right, let's just put all this tasty-looking stuff in there. Is she an idiot? That's right. It would seem that Artoria just decided to shove as much stuff into as many ingredients as possible into the mix all at once, while Mash's back was turned. Well, I mean, it was, he's like, hey, at least it's gonna have a lot of impact, you know? Maybe we can get points on that. Deigozaru. All right. Let's see if the impact is good enough for us, right? Nokonorea has made a 19-layered multi-coating cake. Uh-huh. How do you make 19 layers of cake? That's pretty insane. And meanwhile, Mash and Artoria's chocolate. Oh, thank God. It's at least a normal heart. It at least looks like an ordinary chocolate. Bakana. No way. What's with that? How could this be? Woohoo? What's everyone going on about? Everyone, I understand your feelings. I feel the same way myself. So, what happened here? We have a nice Valentine, that's right. Never before have they thought to make a Valentine in the shape of a heart. The first time in the history of the Fairy Kingdom Britain has a northern fairy seen a Valentine in the shape of a heart. And the reason that it is so important is because, as you can see by all the many hearts behind Nokonorea, the heart is the symbol of the northern fairies themselves. So the impact, that's right, the impact of the feelings that are put deep within the chocolate are so powerful and overflowing that Nokonorea and everyone else here has to concede how powerful it is. And with that, Devil Karin judges Artoria-sama is the winner. Well done, Artoria. And even Nokonorea is like, I'm just gonna have to concede victory on this one. Maybe I can add it. Maybe I can sell this in a shop at some point. Mash, this is all thanks to you. All thanks to those 212 previous attempts at creating chocolates. That's right. It took 212 attempts for her to try and create chocolates, and she still went with the let's just shove everything in there route at the end. Uh-oh. It would seem that there is enough power to create a calamity itself coming from this heart. Castoria here accidentally infused some of her magic in when she shoved all those many horrifying ingredients in, and has created a monster. It is now time for us to deal with an enemy that was literally called the thing that should not exist. Oh no! Careful, Nokonoraya! Hmm? Nokonoraya! Get down, Mrs. President! Get down, Madam President! She did it. She saved her from a chocolatey fate. Ah, 5 years ago at Gloucester was when they met and became friendly rivals with each other. Again, continued backstory of them having cute interactions with each other. Nokonoraya bringing out the competitive side of Castoria and demanding that she face her with everything she has. And Castoria, despite saying that she doesn't want to and that she'll back down, always coming back with a fierce quip and never backing down from a verbal challenge. Although she does have a lot of trouble with dressing up. What a happy memory for Castoria. Thank goodness she woke up. We thought she wouldn't wake up anymore. That chocolate calamity was gonna kill her. Imagine that, being the savior of the land, going on a huge journey and getting killed by chocolate that you made. Couldn't be me. Alright, so Nokonoraya has conceded the victory to Castoria. Castoria shall be the leader of our alliance. Well, Mev died to cheese, so fair. Alright, we have sealed the alliance. We're heading out. It's time to head to Oxford to ring that bell. Ah, finally, we got some good news to give to Percival. Wait, what the hell is that? Red Rabbit? Enemies! Their enemies have shown up! Oh no. Oh well, just some more moss to take care of, right? Uh-oh. What the hell is that? Is that a human? That's right, chat. It's not only fairies getting turned into moss anymore. We've got human moss now. They're not taking a humanoid form. They're actual humans that have been turned to moss. And with them comes Fairy Knight Tristan, Babon Shi. Don't let that name out of your lips. That's not who I am. That's not who I am. You're Fairy Knight Tristan. Yes, that's right. I'm my mother's daughter. Music here is poggin'. Anyway, she has come to kill us. Well, that didn't go very well for her. I lost. I lost. Mina. Yep. She lost. Realizing that once more she's going to be returned to the Balban she that everyone makes fun of. The Balban she that everyone treats cruelly. But she has an assured victory. Do you know what this is? Eh? That's Gouda! Senpai and Artoria-san have disappeared. That was the best. Well, she did it. Not only did she take Castoria out, she also took that little human out. To think that you would throw yourself into trouble, or you're just way too stupid. I just have to laugh. Oh, what? Bogard's little slut? Idiot, you can't beat me. I'm not gonna fight you. And she's gone. With her little transportation mirror. And with that, Gouda and Castoria have been captured. And we're finally up to the place I started taking notes on. Extensive notes. Boy, have I taken extensive notes. Chapter 21. Lost Will. Alright, we got some fairies talking shit. Laughing at her. Telling that they should just burn her. She should stay silent. That kind of stuff. Yada, yada, yada. And this is all a bunch of backstory of fairies all over the place. Talking all about that accursed daughter, some beloved daughter. It's more like she just picked up some trash. So every fairy, every single fairy in the kingdom is talking bad about Balbanshi behind her back. About Fairy Knight Tristan. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Just shut your filthy mouths. Oh, no bully? Oh, it is nothing but bully, my friends. Nothing but bully. Her mother even bestowed magic upon her and gave her a gift. Morgan's voice asks, why? Why do you always wind up like this, Balbanshi? And she's apologizing to her mother. I'll do better next time. I'll kill more next time. I'll be more, more cruel, more calculating, more cute than ever before. The cruelest, most calculating, cutest of fairies in all of Britain. Please just continue to love me. I'm sorry. Yep. Just having a bit of a breakdown here. Bit of a breakdown. Alright. This is my room. I'm on my bed. So, Belmonshi has woken up in her room without any energy. So, Beryl comes here and explains what's going on. And that is that her body is starting to break apart due to using the Garden of Lost Will on us. And as long as she continues to keep hold of that Garden of Lost Will and use it to hold us, her body's just going to continue breaking down further and further. So he says, I'll just hold on to that for you. And he takes it and leaves. Remember, Beryl even said before that the cursed magic that he made her do was going to make her body start rotting from the inside out over time. So this is expediting that process even further. Tori's like, where the hell am I? We got sucked into some sort of magic area. Of course, this is the Garden of Lost Will. So, Garden of Lost Will. This is where you're going to see all the things that have happened in your life that would make you despair. Ah, you truly are the prophecy is true. That girl, she's going to grant our wishes. She's going to save us. She's going to forgive us. Forgive our sins. Her name is Artoria, and she's going to become the next true king. Somehow, please, survive until the age of 16. Grow up. Defeat the queen. Now hurry, 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 hurry. Hurry up and become 16 already. After all, we have to put all our beliefs in you. That's why. That's why we have to have you do everything for us. Mother! Castor, here's another new book for you. So, long story short here. Fairy after fairy after fairy after fairy from back in her hometown of Tintagil is heaping all of their hopes and desires upon her. Their wishes to be saved and to be forgiven. Giving her nothing except things that should help her on her journey. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing other than those things. On top of that, while doing so, everyone in the village sees her as nothing more than a burden to the village while she's there, saying she's only allowed to survive there until the 16th birthday. Child of prophecy, child of prophecy. That's all they cared about. They would bully her. They would laugh at her. They would threaten to kill her. They just kept her around as their own little slave up until she was 16 years old. Mistake. Ah, yes, and this is where they ask, since you're going to be the fairy that saves all of Britain, please grant our wish. Every day, we're burdened by them. That's why we want you to kill him. To which she agrees. So pretty much her entire past is being abused constantly by everyone from her village, doing everything that they said, even going so far as to kill the blacksmith, who didn't hurt nobody, who was the only one that treated her with any sense of normalcy. All right, here we are in the Lost Will Garden for Gouda. Here's what's happening with Gouda. So Castoria shuts off her memories and looks into what we're seeing. And what's happening with us right here is we're seeing, what if Kadok revived? What if Kadok was up? And Kadok was the one that was going to be sent off into the next mission, because after all, he was a better master candidate than us. See, Kadok has woken up, and he's ready for the next mission. That's right. You were just a reserve. Okay. Next up, we're thinking about how we can continue living on after everything we've seen in the Lostbelt. Can you really steel your heart to do what must be done? After watching all that depth, after running from all those things. We feel the pain of how much we've changed due to everything we've had to endure. And here, while talking with Holmes, Gouda begins to feel the pain of their own doubts that things could ever return to normal after what we've endured, or even if we deserve to return to normal after what we've done. Gouda wants nothing more than for someone to just tell them it's okay to be done and move on. Castoria says Gouda's will is starting to crumble. Gordolf telling us that it's just an if of humanity. We have no reason to show any compassion towards them. You must solve the crisis of this Lostbelt and save proper human history. Blah, blah, blah. You've taken many lives, and you've killed many worlds. And even so, do you still wish to continue? Stop. Stop it! Oberon basically throwing it in our face that, is proper human history even necessarily worth saving? Is it any more worthy of life than any of the other Lostbelts? Has what we've done been worthy? We do have a few genocides on our back, that's true. We have killed a few worlds. Look, even Castoria is feeling horrible just watching this. But, even so, Gouda's still able to keep their resolve. In a kind voice, is here to tell us that an end is always inevitable. And while we'll always reach a game over eventually, people always have to try to aim to do their best for a game set and clear everything that they want before their time is up. And to just keep living our lives, one day at a time, until we reach that game set state. And we're reminded, even if we want to stop, we can't. At first, this position was like a curse thrust upon us. But even so, Gouda has the desire and resolve to keep on living. Even if it hurts, I want to see this through. At that time, I felt that I wanted to keep on living. And so, Gouda refuses to give in to the weakness and end everything. And through Gouda's own resolve, is able to shatter through the illusion. Oh, I love that. That's so good. That's such a really, really good character arc for Gouda. Or character building moment for Gouda. It wasn't that Gouda got saved by Castoria's magic or needed help, but through their own memories and their own feelings were able to sort out through their anxiety and depression into a more forward and positive light. That was good. Oh, where are we? Hey, it Mash! But wait a second, we were just in the Garden of Lost Will. Wow, I can't believe you were able to break free of it yourself, Gouda. It is pretty impressive. It is pretty impressive. Happy time. We're at least getting through Lostbelt 6.2 before I'm done. Lostbelt 6.3 might have to wait for next stream, because holy shit, this is long. Pepe-san's here too! Yay! Hi, Count Pepperon. Alright, so we have been transported to New Darlington, the city owned by Beryl Gut. And we are in a dungeon. That's right, chat. Raise Your Peepo arrives for Pepe. All right. Time for some interesting lore. All right, Beryl Gut has just arrived to the British Isle Lostbelt. And has summoned his servant. That's right, he summoned Morgan Le Fay. But not just any Morgan Le Fay, ruler Morgan Le Fay. Servant, ruler. The Fairy Queen Morgan has answered your summons. I mean, remember, Beryl was asking for a servant that could destroy this world, and who better to topple Britain, right? Okay, so, he identifies himself as her master, sets up to get all cozy, and takes a nap. Huh? All right, Beryl wakes up in an entirely different place. Welcome to the Fairy Kingdom, Beryl Gut. Did you have a good rest? All right, in the time it took Beryl to take a nap, Morgan has already completely destroyed the tree, become queen, and taken over Britain. It is no longer just a normal Lostbelt. So, Beryl Gut, you shall become the actor that is my husband. She's gonna have him act as her husband to explain why he's here. No, but what do you mean? What the hell did you do? It was just one night. In one night, she completely changed the country. This isn't even on the level of Wodim. It puts Wodim to shame and makes him look like a complete noob, basically. Oh yeah. And after that, I met someone really interesting. Fairy Knight Tristan, Balbon Shi. She's really cute, that one. I sure do enjoy telling her stories about seeing her eyes light up when I tell her stories about the outside world. She really likes it when I talk about the fashion and that kind of stuff there, too. So, he talks about setting up murder pits over in New Darlington for funsies, murder arenas, and begins corrupting her, because of course he does. So, what he figured out was that while he certainly did summon Proper Human History's Morgan, this was more like the Lostbelt Morgan. There weren't two different Morgans here in Britain, it was just one existence. And the answer itself was quite simple. It was all in the timing of everything. So that's right, Morgan now explains that she merged herself with the Lostbelt version of herself that was here over 2,000 years ago. She looked into and reverse engineered the ray shifting spell. She went back in time. She accomplished the goal of withering the tree thousands of years ago and merged with herself and took over the entirety of the land. Again, it took her one night to figure out how to do this. Beryl is rightfully impressed. She figured out one of the most complex magics out there, used it on herself successfully without any help, took over the whole Lostbelt and reshaped it into her own image. What an insane cheat-level servant she is. And so she has now existed in this land for 4,000 years. But Beryl realizes that because she mentions that the fairyland got completely destroyed once and had to be remade, Beryl himself must have been destroyed and remade. Well, whatever. He's still here, so what's he care, right? Well, either way, that's like the most insane thing ever. Morgan is obviously a genius amongst geniuses. All right. Time to escape this dungeon because it's dank down here, and not the good kind of dank. Let's go, Pepe. I have my security Pepe with me. But what the hell happened with these humans? That's right. That's right, we have confirmation now. These are humans. These ones didn't fight back, though. So, Beryl reveals that he has been doing experiments to create moss people. Moss people? Yep. Beryl is awful. Everything about Beryl is awful. Of course he would. Yep. I've just been injecting the curse of the moss into humans. After all, New Darlington is a city of science and progress. And he's happy he's able to capture not just us, but Pepperoncino here as well. And that is because Beryl has obviously set up a trap. Alright, so the trap that Beryl has set is as follows. We follow him into a chamber, and the door gets shut behind us. Pepe was able to get out. Whew, that was close. I just barely made my way out. Count Pepperon, what's going on? Hey, it's just a bit of poison gas, like stuff, you know? The gas is going to completely fill the chamber if I don't hurry, so hold on for a sec. So yeah, Pepe now has to save us before this chamber fills with gas. I'd say I've got about 3 minutes worth of time to save you. Gouda, Mash, you guys just believe in me and wait there for now, okay? Of course. Of course. I believe in Pepe. All right. Then it's time to get to work. Oh, it's been quite a while since I've gotten to let loose. Oh, it should be fun. Three minutes have passed. Open the door! Oh no, has it been 3 minutes already? All right, hey, well done, Pepe. Count Pepe, just what is that? Artoria? Yeah. No, it was nothing. So, let's see what Pepe had to deal with in that 3 minutes, shall we? We were able to get out before being squeezed in that chamber, and he was able to open the door before getting poisoned in this chamber. Oi, oi, what the hell? Not a single one of you died? So Beryl's surprised we were able to get out without a single death. Beryl, what are you... And on top of that, what's with your faces? Where's the look of despair that you should have? Are you some sort of horrible master? What are you talking about, Beryl? So. We attack Beryl. But he just brushed Mash aside like she was nothing. Nani? So, Beryl's been doing some experiments on more than just normal people. Also on himself. Remember that time when he ripped some guts out of Woodwurst? Yeah. About that. So, Beryl did some cursed magic in order to take on Woodward's form as his own. That's right, Beryl has activated his Fur Affinity account. Oh, but Pepe-san gets behind him. We're not able to break through him. But... Oh, that's the first one down. See you later, Pepperoncino. Beryl expected it. Nani? What is this horrible feeling? Beryl landed quite the blow onto Pepe. But Pepe goes, "What? You know it well, don't you? After all, I was able to soak up plenty of that. Those 500 more humans that I had to slay before this were left here by you, weren't they?" So, this reveals what Beryl's whole plan was. It was to try and force Mash and Gouda to have to kill a bunch of humans and fighting against their own volition. But Pepe was the one who slayed every last one of them. And because he slaughtered every last one of them, he was coated in all of the cursed moss energy. He cast an illusion to hide all of it, and then surprised Beryl by driving the curse into him. $200, $300, there's so many. That's right. Pepe wasn't healthy at all. He was already on death's door when he opened the door for us. But he didn't want us to worry, so he cast illusion magic on himself, put a little makeup on, and made it look like he was normal. That's why Artoria, with her fairy eyes that can see through lies, was so surprised when she saw him. And... uh-oh. Pepe's losing a lot of blood there. But with the curse inflicted on him, there's only one thing to do. Beat the shit out of Beryl. Beat the ever-loving shit out of Beryl. Hit him harder, Mash. Hit him with the sharp side of the shield instead of the dull side. Oh, well, he ran away. Pepe! Pepe, no. I just fell asleep for a moment. Pepe, no. It looks like you did a great job. Come now, don't put such horrible faces on. Don't cry for me. The curses and the injuries have taken their toll on him. Pepe says not to cry for him, because he's the same as Beryl, after all. Nothing but a cold-blooded killer and a murderer. He says he's truly happy that his cute Kohai never had to watch him murder others. Pepe says that he's unable to continue. And to just leave him behind. And with that, we leave Pepe behind as the dungeon crumbles. So, this is the flashback of how Pepe became a killer. Even as just a small boy, his village was raising everyone to become murderers, killers, assassins, basically. They valued nothing but those who got results and those who were strong. And anyone that wasn't showing results, they would say just wasn't motivated enough. So what they would do is they would pluck an eye out, or maybe kill their brother, do anything they needed to bring the inner strength out of someone. Pepe didn't like the thought of any of that, and so he just killed every last one of them and left. And at the end, he thanks David for using his one-time only ability to jump from Lostbelt to Lostbelt back in India to help him out. Goodbye, Pepe. You were the coolest. And the one thing that Arturia confirmed was that not once did Pepe lie to us. She could see through her mystic eyes that he never once told a lie to us. Goodbye, Pepe. He was a true bro. All right, section 22, chapter 22. Let me relaunch and we will continue. The Peepo arrive has become the Peepo leave. Man, that's upsetting. I like Pepe so much. I'm sad. I'm just doing the summary, and I didn't even read every last horrible, sad line slowly to myself this time, and I'm still sad. Reading through that slowly was rough. Anyway, it's time to head to chapter 22. Oh boy, it's time to head to chapter 22. Chapter 22, The Last Night. Alright, we made our way back from New Darlington. Yay, well done. We've made our way to a Round Table Army encampment. So, we're given the latest news on what's going on around the world. Nothing particularly super amazing. Anyway, we're gonna go head ourselves over to Oxford since they no longer have any Fang Clan members there, as they have all made an exodus out of the area and have headed their way over to Gloucester. Hence why we're back here with Munian and Koyanskaya. Alright, so these are the wayward Fang Clan members that were left over after the battle at Londinium. And Munian is basically willing to accept them in as refugees here. Now, this particular guy is a bit rude. He is the new Fang Clan leader, disparaging Munian for being weak and demands they be taken to their quarters and given food. What a swell fella, huh? So she agrees and leads them over here to the cathedral, where she says they can hang out for a bit, get a meal and all that. Where they're talking about how in due time they're going to just take over this entire town because there's nothing but weakling fairies here. And if anyone has anything to say about it, all they'll have to do is rip their wings off and threaten them. But they done fucked up. What's that huge voice I heard? Eh? What's that? Hey, out there! Look out there! In the sky! In the sky! It's... She revealed that they have already walked into a reality marble, so it's too late. Ah, so you finally noticed. And you've been trapped in here for such a long time already, you know? Welcome, everyone from the Fang Clan, to my game board. Oh, this is such a great remix of the BB theme. Moodian? What the hell is this? How did you get so big? And she says, I've ruled over Gloucester for 1,000 years now. And this is a special little reality marble that she made, that she's been planning to use for a while. And what was it you said again? The weak should respect the strong, and the strong should rule over the weak? And that weak, pathetic little bugs should know their place is what you said, right? In this world, I am the overlord, the huge ruler, and everyone else is nothing but tiny ants. After all, and so all of you have become nothing but little bugs yourselves, haven't you? Moodian, I demand you turn us back this instant. You disgusting weak Wing Clan member. Ah, I guess that certainly is what a leader of the Fang Clan would say, but... Yes, pathetic insects should learn their place, shouldn't they? Bacon has died. He was only second to Woodworst in strength. Sorry, but you're being a little annoying now. He was being a little annoying. That's right, chat. It is time for some squish. Even if you run outside, I'm just going to kill you. Yep. They're pretty much done for. Run away! Run away! Run outside! To the forest! Get out of here! Gah! Squish, squish, squish. this feeling is so exquisite. That's a good face. I like that face. And she even said that as long as they're on her game board, the next generation reincarnation of these fairies will show up on the game board over and over again. They'll respawn here forever and ever for her to play with until their very souls have been shredded away. There it is, the next generation. And the next and the next. Now then, my tiny, tiny Fang clan members. Shall we begin having fun on my 1,000-year-old game board? That's good. Squish, squish, squish. Take that. Take that. Running to the forest won't help you. Trying to get out is impossible. It's impossible. Well, she's having fun squishing them. And why is she doing that? Oh, very simple. It's impossible. We try to run, but we can't get away. Everyone. They killed everyone. They ate all of them alive. Remember when, early on, we remarked that Murian was the very last member of her clan? That's because many years ago, day after day after day, the Fang clan would hunt her clan down and devour them. And because of that, she swore revenge. She chose to pledge vengeance on eradicating the entirety of the clan, no matter how long it took. That's right. She waited 1,000 years for it to happen, but she got him. Look, she earned this happy face. Put the scary music away, game. I want happy music. She earned this. This is very earned. They deserve that shit. Ah, that went a little bit far. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. All right, we're heading to Oxford to get the next bell since Woodworth is gone. And this is where Mash, since she comes from the past, tells us the truth about the bells themselves. And that's right, the bells of pilgrimage, the altar's bells, are created from the corpses of the clan chiefs, the original ones, as proof that they have accepted Avalon Le Fay's duty to liberate Britain. The tolling of the bells is an apology from the chiefs to Britain for abandoning their roles. That's right, every bell we've rang has been, at one point, was a living person. Gareth is holding the fort back at Londinium. But wait a second. Who are these jerks? Eh? Wait, what are you doing? They're dressed like rebel soldiers. That's right, rebel army members have attacked. But aren't we supposed to be allied with them? Oh, come on. That's right. Basically spies snuck into the rebel army, saying whoever opposes the queen should just die. And they begin slaughtering everyone. Women, children. They've snuck in and killed everyone. As long as Percival is gone, make sure that he comes back to a hellish sight. You bastards! You bastards! Grandma! Grandma! Grandma died. So, Gareth is the only strong soldier left here back at Londinium. And the kid says, of course she's fine. She just stepped out a bit earlier. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's run away. Everyone's fine. Everyone's gonna be fine, okay? So, let's go hide too. 1, 2, 3. Hey, we're missing a few. There were supposed to be 5 human kids here, human brats here, right? There's still 2 more. They couldn't have gone very far. Let's find them. Hey, why don't we check inside this chimney here? There's no fire. What are you talking about? If you get too close to it, you're just gonna burn yourself, aren't you? That's right. They're searching around for the last couple survivors. Someone help us! Gah! Ah! They found him, but just in time, Gareth arrives on the scene to save them. Why are they so thorough for kids? Their job is to kill everyone. Everyone. Thank goodness, you two are okay. Wait, they're not okay. They have terrible burns now. I have to hurry and get them out of here. Hurry up and get outside. No, wait. You can't use the gate right now. So yeah, they crawled into the furnace right after putting the fire out and just dealt with getting burned for a bit. But look, they're so happy because Gareth Onechan has come to save them. They know they'll be okay. Human soldiers continue attacking. But Gareth is strong. Gareth is mighty. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, while Gareth is strong and mighty, Fairy Knight Lancelot is much stronger. We've killed all of them! Make sure they're all dead. Human, fairy, child, adult, doesn't matter. Take them all out. Can hear that they're talking that they want to make sure that Percival and the Child of Prophecy come back and know exactly what happens when you defy the Queen. Again. I just have to see this again. But where have I seen this before? That's right. I understand now. I'm the last member of the Mirror Clan. Remember, Gareth was showing off clairvoyance earlier, and that's how she was able to guide us away from disaster in battle. That's right. Gareth is the last member of the Mirror Clan and has already experienced seeing her entire clan killed before her eyes. So this is the second time that it's happened. Oi! Where the hell are those other kids? Did you get them? That's right, the soldiers are searching for the last survivors. Not yet. Not yet. Gareth's a fairy, is Percival as well? Percival's human. Gareth is a fairy, though. I'm going to protect them. But she's happy that she was able to keep her life because she was able to see the world and have a lot of fun, even if the rest of the Mirror Clan got slaughtered. And she says she really wishes that she could have seen that other world that Gouda was talking about all the time. And so, she resolves herself to move out and meet head first with the Knights of the Queen. She says, "Stop right there. Stop right there, Queen, members of the Queen's army. I won't forgive you for what you've done." Ah, so there is one still left to arrive. Go ahead and squish this bug already and let's get on with it. After all, there's nothing that that you could do alone. Percival was the only knight of any renown here. Shut up. Where do you go talking about knights? I am Gareth. Knight of the Round Table, Gareth. I'm doing my best to help out the Child of Prophecy, and I am the greatest disciple of Percival. And thus, Gareth goes into a fight with two much stronger enemies. Equipped with infinite guts, the infinite guts called the Knight of Londinium, where despite being dealt deadly blow after deadly blow, she continues to fight on until she wins. I can still go on. What the hell is up with her? How is she not dead? Oh, just leave her. She's gonna die on her own anyway. We gotta get out of here. Shh. Whatever. Do whatever you please. She did it. She repelled the two knights. And now I just have to wait for Percival-san. But she overheard the knights talking about the black powder bombs that they set. I've still got one job left. I'm the Knight of Londinium, after all. I've got to protect everyone here. Dragging herself bloodied and coughing, she finds there really were bombs set here. She has to keep him away from the fire and throw him out of here. Yosei! Ah, I got him. I even hit those two guys that were running away. Nice job, me. Ow, ow, ow. But it looks like she's not going to be able to escape the fire or put it out herself. Ah, the sound of the bells. Then they did it. Good job, Artoria-san. Good job. And all that's left is... to finish the prophetic journey, but it's too bad. I won't be able to go to the next part. I didn't lose, Artoria. But I'm sorry, everyone. I won't be able to continue our journey. The voice of one Londinium boy calls out. Because Gareth was able to save him. You saved us in the end. Thank you so much. You were amazing, Gareth One-chan. Right? I'd never lose to some bad guys. After all, I'm a Knight of the Round Table. Yeah, there's the crying part. There it is. That night, upon returning, The Round Table soldiers figure out what happened, that the British soldiers attacked while their main forces were gone. And there were no survivors. Everyone is gathering up all the corpses to pay their respects and bury them. And Victoria took Gareth's body to ring the final bell of pilgrimage. It's sad now. Alright. Oberon is having a chat with his little moth buddy, which basically amounts to he's bothered by the final prophecy of Ainsel. That's it. Oh, that's such a heavy chapter. Chapter 23, we're not done 6.2 yet. We're not even close to being done. We got 2 chapters left. A lot can happen in 2 chapters, the night before the decisive battle. All right. Meeting happening in the throne room. All right. Morgan is basically explaining to them that she sent out notices to gather any important fairies, and any important fairies that did not come are basically proven as traitors. It was a way to test loyalties. She then explains that the Child of Prophecy is not going to be a problem even if she has rang every single bell, because Morgan herself has rang the bells many times before. After all, think about it this way, she was Tonelico. How many times did she go on her own pilgrimage to save Britain? A lot. Alright. Nokonorea has contacted them for a meeting, and is basically telling Morgan that she has 1 day to vacate the castle. And if she does not, then she will openly declare war upon Morgan, along with her alliance with the Child of Prophecy, Castoria. Rabble. Rabble, 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 rabble. Alright, so yeah, basically, hey Morgan, you got 1 day, get your shit and get out. Which I'm sure is going to work perfectly. It is the 44th day that we have been here in Britain. Remember, we had at most 50 days, so not a lot of time left. Alright, and after that meeting, we're a little nonplussed, because what she just said is what you'd say after you win a battle, not before you go to war. Alright, time to prepare for the siege on to Camelot. we confirm that we are definitely going to help win this war. We're going to be a part of it ourselves. After all, we're a good summoner, kinda. Alright, in this meeting we're talking about how to assault the castle, saying that Morgan has turtled herself in and isn't budging. The plan is a full-on assault on the front gate, with Castoria, Gouda, and Mash in the vanguard. Coming behind them will be the armies of Nakanorea and Percival, being led by the respective leaders. Hi, Mash. Welcome to the tent. Let's, reaffirm our resolves after all. Are you still able to fight her, knowing who she was? And Mash says that even knowing Morgan is Tonelico, even journeying with her for a long time, she's prepared to fight Morgan because she's the type of person who would want someone to beat her if she were to ever be dethroned. And as for us, we will fight. We're gonna help Castoria win this. We're gonna help her save Britain. Alright, time for more fun. What's up? It's Grim and Habitrot. How are you doing? Alright, talking with them, they're going to tell us that they're not going to fight, but will instead observe us from afar. After all, Grim says he's not particularly suited for battle and is more of a support. And as for Habitrot, well, she has personal reasons. But she wants to reaffirm part of the prophecy that the Child of Prophecy will journey with the foreign mage and ring the 6 bells. Then the true king will sit upon the throne, adorned in a blood-soaked crown. Or it's more like, enjoy your blood-soaked crown. The 6 bells will ring and open the path and create the path for the true king. So she is saying that she's hoping that that blood-soaked crown part means that we won't have to brutally kill Morgan. But we'll see. Alright, as for Grim here, he was ordered by Percival to put protective runes onto all the soldiers' equipment to help them out. Hello, Percival. It's time for some memories of the past. All right. Percival's memories of the past are as follows. He was adopted from the human farms by Woodwurst, of all people, in order to live a song along the Fairies and prove his strength. Woodwurst explains that he is attempting to reform the Fang clan because they have committed grave sins in the past. Oh yeah, you think? Hunting down all the Wing clan? Including the complete eradication of another clan. Because of that, this is why Woodwurst has his own restaurant chain and took on to a vegetarian lifestyle in order to suppress the instincts of himself, become an upstanding gentleman, and lead his clan into a new era. Well, would you look at that, chat? Woodwurst was a good guy after all. He wasn't that bad. All right, day after day, the children that were adopted had to partake in rigorous training and tests. Any who failed were outright sold as slaves, but Percival had talent. And Fairy Knight Lancelot noticed that Percival was the only one that had any capability in tapping into magical circuits. And so he was receiving training from her. And it was because of this training that Percival felt a deep love for Lancelot, and it influenced him greatly. So, on that day, Percival broke the rules and went out and took the Lance of Selection. He wanted to become strong. He wanted to save Melusine from her curse. At the age of just a 10-year-old child, he swore he would do so. And that is the reason why he took up a rebellion against Morgan. Sad in the rain. Percival, you here? Oh yeah, what's up, Gouda? Hey, chat. That was when he was 10, right? And he says that he trained and learned with Lancelot how many years ago? Was it in the year 2011? And the year is 2017. How old would that make Percival? Why, by my mathematics, Percival is 16. Crazy world we live in to have another 16-year-old super strong person with us. Anyway, Percival tells us to leave Lancelot to him. He doesn't think he'll be able to win against her, but he does think he'll be able to at least hold her off for us in the upcoming battle. Hey, it's just you two. Where's Arturia? So, Lalinchi and Muramasa tell us Castoria is off alone probably because she has mystic fairy eyes and has trouble dealing with confronting seeing the deep truths within others. After all, she's able to see through lies, and if someone's trying to be deceitful, Castoria will see through it instantly. But Da Vinci also says there's likely no way to discern the meaning behind the lie. For example, someone could tell a lie with good intentions meant to help others out, but to the mystic fairy eyes, it would just see it as deceit, thus painting a poor picture of anyone around them, regardless of what they're trying to accomplish. And hey, while we're here and having such a good time with Muramasa, we tell him, hey, why don't you just join up with us, Muramasa? Become our ally. Ah, not a bad idea, huh? Wait, for real? He wants to do it, but unfortunately, he's a servant of the foreign god, and he can't. But hey, maybe some other Muramasa might be able to join up with us. So yeah, tongue-in-cheek there. Little tongue-in-cheek. I'm tired. So, Castoria is here alone, thinking about how rough this assault is going to be for her, since she has individual orders for every single soldier and has to protect everyone on the battlefield with her magic. Oberon shows up and says, don't worry, the prophecy will happen as it said it should. There will be no casualties. Castoria told him that's bullshit. It's impossible for there to be no casualties in a war. On top of that, she points out Oberon's been lying a lot. She's seen every single lie. For example, Oberon knew Noknorea before we met. He knew about MASH before we reached Norwich, and he pretended not to know. Remember that scene where we're like, that's MASH, and he was like, really? And Castoria made a face? That was because she saw through that lie there, and saw that he knew the whole time who MASH was. Yeah, that's right, they set that up. Oh, here it is. Here's the flashback. That's MASH! What? Really? She knew the whole time. Oh my god, I can't believe it. That's right. He knew about it, but kept quiet anyway. As for why, let's speed up a little bit. Oberon apologizes and says, yes, he knows he lied, but he did so because he wanted for us, Chaldea, to decide to help of our own accord and have our own resolve for everything. Up there's the Noknorea thing. Along with knowing about what happened to Woodworth's army, yeah, he knows a lot of stuff that he's been lying about. So yes, he just says that he wanted us to find our own resolve and to try and help things out and save Britain of our own accord. Also, it would look worse if he had pressured us to join Noknorea rather than letting it flow as a more natural thing. Castoria knows Oberon did something big before the fight in Londinium, and that even though Oberon helps us every single time he's helped us, he's lied about something. She asks if Oberon even wanted to defeat Morgan at all, and he says, of course. There's no one out there that wants to defeat Morgan more than him. He's so desperate for it, he'd do anything to do so, including lying through his teeth at every step of the way. He even says Artoria's pretty similar to him in lying to herself about what her true desires are as well. But we can worry about the truth and have a nice conversation once this is all over. Alright, Bargus and Melusine are talking to each other about how Noknorea's army is poised and ready to fight. Bargus says that this battle may be difficult, but Fairy Knight Lancelot here, Melusine, says that the armies are nothing to worry about and how she alone could defeat them but without too much trouble. The only ones that are worth anything are Percival, Castoria, and us. On top of that, none of us are a good matchup for a flying enemy like Melusine, so the prophecy is going to fail. After all, we have no Fairy Knight ourselves on our side. So we have no chance. She doesn't know about MASH, lol. So they talk about how they think the battle is going to go, yada yada yada. And on top of that, talk about how Morgan has no love for the fairy kingdom. And Bargus thinks to herself that she'll be betraying her queen, but she cannot allow this land and her love to die off. Oh, the music got so slow now. Oh. Balbanshi. It's become night. But there's no one around. There's nobody here. There's nobody with her. Please, please forgive me, Mother. She's saying it's not her fault. She didn't mean to. She only sucked blood from others and turned them into corpses because Beryl asked her to. She's crying about her mistakes. She just wants someone to help her, save her. Someone, please. She no longer has any strength. She can't stand anymore. She has no one with her. She's all alone and she wants to see her mom. So she started again. Hearing Fairy Knight Tristan crying is so weird. The guards go on to talk about how even Empress Morgan lost patience with Fairy Knight Tristan. They're hoping that Fairy Knight Tristan, Balbanshi, will just get killed in the upcoming battles. And how her curse is spreading so much that she can't even stand anymore. They hope that creature just dies off already. Yeah, fuck you. You deserve that. Hey, look, it's Spriggan. And just like that, he says he's come to pick something up because one man's trash is another man's treasure. My Empress, Morgan, my queen. This cannot be true. It just cannot be true. So, in this lovely flashback for Woodwurst, Aurora is here to tell him. Woodwurst went to Aurora while still injured after crawling his ass out of the river, getting his organs ripped out by Beryl. He's still going. And Aurora says, "Oh, thank goodness, you're still alive. You're such a tough guy." Now then, the fun part. Woodwurst is going to ask about the Queen's backup, the reinforcements, and saying that it never existed in the first place. It was all nothing more than a setup. The Queen hated the Fang clan and wanted to see them die off in the battle with the Round Table army. Woodward says he can't believe it. He just can't believe it. My Empress. You wouldn't do that. I've loved you since the very beginning. I need to find answers. Even if I have to kill you. Oh yeah, it's almost time for the big battle. Alright, what you doing here, Oberon? And he's like, I was just cheering Artoria up. I love that face. The Castoria angry face. It's good face. Alright, Oberon in this conversation is going to say, talk about how he hates that the stories about these Lostbelts are going to eventually become just research material. About how there are going to be so many readers out there that will read about this at some point, going into the stories, looking at nothing more than the final objectives, ignoring the meaning, the feeling behind everything that was accomplished, and all of the actions that were taken to arrive at the final scene. Basically, Nasu is self-inserting and putting a big middle finger up and saying, fuck you story skippers, read the story. How dare you? I agree, this is a good story. Read the story. Anyway, Oberon, thanks for the vote of confidence. Chapter 24, the final chapter of Lostbelt 6.2, Morgan. All right, behold. Nokonorea is here to declare war. That we are the army of the one true king, and we shall push through to take Camelot and defeat Morgan. The plan is to have Castoria in the vanguard, followed by Muramasa and Grimm, with the Round Table and Nokonorea armies in at the back. We know that Barghest will be at the front gate and likely fight until the gate falls, even if we have an alliance, because she must put on a good show. As long as we're quick in taking the gate, we'll be able to turn Barghest over to our side and have her rally against the enemy troops. Hell yeah, baby. We believe in her. And he's like, wait a second. Are you saying that Barghest is going to defect to our side? It looks like nobody informed Oberon that Barghest is on our side. Well. Then again, telling him would be a little bit weird considering the whole destroyed his forest thing, but he'll get over it. He does say that it's a huge boon to have her with us, and with her assistance, we may actually be able to pull off a victory without any casualties. Again, he's still kind of ignoring the peons in the fight, and clearly only cares about the important players, like Barghest and Melusine, etc., but you know. So yes, everyone forgot to tell Oberon that we got Bargus to defect to our side. Oh well. All right, first battle against the soldiers and Bargus. Bargus does not fight back whatsoever. Muramasa is over here trying to break his way through the walls, but for some reason he can't get through it. Grim explains it's made from magical regenerative wood made out of pieces of the former fantasy tree. And that sound, it's her. There are just 2 servants here, that's all. And with that, it is now time for Fairy Knight Lancelot to settle the score and finish the battle she was having with Muramasa before. Oh, he knocked her mask off. Nice. Melusine, just like that, is fought to a standstill. But she realizes something a little too late. That since it's just these 2 here, that means there's something wrong. And at this point it is announced that Bargus has surrendered and the gate has fallen. Bargus has now defected to our side. And it's time to rally the troops. Lancelot says, "Listen here. This battle may be your victory. But it is only the loss for Fairy Knight Lancelot. You still haven't defeated me. I didn't lose here." She's a sore loser. Yep, that's a dragon, all right. All right, and with this, Muramasa says it's time for him to head off and help out to take Morgan down. Grim says to be careful since Morgan's so powerful she's never had to lift a finger for 2,000 years. After all, the last time she did, everyone died. Alright. Percival is commanding his army to take key positions, make sure not to spill innocent blood and all that. Nokonorea, not to be one outdone by her, commands her army to advance from several angles and surround the retreating enemies. Bargus says that she is going to advance along with them, and the sight of a revolting fairy knight should cause a loss of morale on the other side. On top of that, she suggests sending someone to keep an eye on us to make sure that they know that she is on our side. So Oberon volunteers to do so because he's an important figurehead on our side of the armies, and seeing him giving her commands will make the point clear immediately. Lancelot, watching from above, says she can't believe that Bargus has defected. She says it still won't matter, and she'll be able to trample over us before she gets interrupted by a voice on the winds. She even says it's winds from Aurora. What species are her armies? Nokonorea's army is composed of fairies and giants. Fairies and giants. Alright, we've entered into Camelot City. Da Vinci says she's worried about everything and we need to be careful because Morgan still hasn't fired Rongo Miniad. And it's still a possibility that she would be able to use that to wipe us out. The soldiers are confused. Rongominiad? I'm sorry, Da Vinci Dono, but what is a Rongominiad? Is that the name of a fairy knight? No, Rongominiad, it's, you know. And just like that, Da Vinci realizes Morgan has never once fired Rongominiad upon Britain before. There's never been an enemy powerful enough in Britain for her to have to fire it against. Which means that the Rongominiad is being kept as a final defense against something. On top of that, it also points out she conquered all of Britain on her own strength. And if she never needs to use the Rongominiad, or even the threat of firing it, why does she need to have so much magical energy and the ability to fire it in the first place? Alright, noble fairies, they're going crazy, saying we're losing the assault on Camelot. They badmouth Barghest. They're crying about their shops being destroyed. Crying, oh, what'll happen to us nobles? Save us, Morgan, save us. And Morgan says, very well. Things have changed. I shall switch gears as you have requested. And stands from her throne. Now then, it's been about 2,000 years since I've had to show my strength. I'll make sure I don't end it all at once. It's odd, we're not able to get closer to the throne room. We determined that Camelot itself is moving and preventing us from making progress easily. And thanks to the magic of the Wind Clan, that is Aurora, the wind is now able to carry our voices on it to others. This helps us to relay information. Wait. This wind, why are there ashes falling in it? Artoria-san! That shield, the round table, huh? And there it is. She's finally decided to lift a finger. Mash jumps in to the defense of Castoria. And Morgan tells us that, since you have entered my town, I have come to crush you insects. And there it is. The king of the fairy king, the queen of the fairy kingdom, Morgan. She congratulates us for being able to ring all 6 bells, but says it was all worthless. Morgan then asks if Castoria is fine with just following the path that was laid out before her, and if she's truly satisfied with that. Castoria says of course not, and the only reason that she even exists is because Morgan couldn't do things right in the first place. And that's why a young girl had to become king. Not just any young girl, but that young girl that had to become king. You know the one. Saber. So, she goes on to say she doesn't care about saving Britain. She doesn't know what might be right or wrong. She's just someone who hates losing and is going to believe in herself. That's right. Stubborn girl is here to not lose. Kurugai. Artoria. In proper human history, you were my nemesis. My half-sister, you cannot change anything. You cannot fix anything. And so, I shall do it myself. Now return to being nothing more than a village girl. Oh, good music. Big fight with Morgan. I never thought I would take a fatal wound in a battle such as this. It's no wonder you were able to subjugate so many Lostbelts. She then tells us, Foreign Mage, there is a problem. Your magical circuits are abnormal in these Lostbelts. When this is all over, I suggest you return once more to the place where it all began. We're going back to Fuyuki, it's gotta be. There we will learn what Caldia truly is, and why race shifting was created. Eh? What? Queen Morgan's Saintgraph has disappeared. It's no mistake. That really was. We defeated Morgan? No, she was really strong and everything, but that fight seemed way underwhelming. It's actually kind of a tough fight. On top of that, we didn't learn anything. We didn't learn about Rongominiad, the truth of this fairy kingdom. That's right, we were left with more questions than answers. No mysteries were unveiled to us. She even fought us fair and square. She was an evil queen that didn't pull any underhanded tricks. Well, hey, you know, sometimes you just fight the good fight and you win the good win. Well done, Artoria. You did a good job. Proud of you. Good job, everybody. Good job. Oh, by the way. Look out, Artoria! Eh? Oberon? Sorry to keep you waiting. Did you really think it would all end beating me just once? Next up will be that one, Percival. Oh. Good defense. I don't believe it, this magical energy, but I can't get it wrong. Really, you didn't think it would be over just winning once, did you? As a mage, it's only natural to create copies for yourself for a battle. Yup. Look to the sky and see your despair. And just like that, Camelot is descended into a sea of destruction. It's Morgan. Everyone, Morgan has entered the battle. But it's a little different. It isn't just Morgan that entered the battle. It's all the Morgans have entered the battle. That's right. An army of Morgans has descended upon the battlefield. Morgan hasn't even moved from her throne. She just created copies of herself, carbon copies of herself, and sent them to destroy the armies. And the report rings out that in but an instant, Morgan routed the entire Round Table army and Nokonorea army by herself. Oberon hears this and thinks this is the worst possible outcome. If she were to win a battle against one of them, she'd drop her guard. That idiot would drop her guard immediately. So Oberon rushes off to make sure nothing bad happens to Artoria. He had to choose between protecting Gouda or protecting Artoria, but the choice was obvious. Gouda would be fine. He had to make sure to protect Artoria. He laments to himself that this may be the end of his role here, but he had to move out and protect that foolish girl. And Oberon exited the stage. The battlefield has become engulfed in flames. Morgan is incinerating everything and everyone. The soldiers have realized the battle has become futile. The Witch of Britain has descended. Oberon, everyone... Really? Morgan says that she will kill everyone here and have Castoria bear the burden of the loss. This is a fight against 3 Morgans. Each Morgan as strong as the fight against 1 Morgan we had. The fight against 1 Morgan was really hard. Like, actually very hard. The fight against 3 Morgans is damn near impossible. In fact, actually impossible. You lose. And with that, this war has come to an end. No one will come to save you. Not Merlin, not anyone else. And Morgan's gonna make Castoria watch her kill every last one of them. Alright. She says that no one will come to save you. Everyone will die around you, and you will die alone on a hill with Britain burning around you, just like your proper human history self. After all, saving Britain is impossible, because you cannot save what is already dead. She disappeared. Wait, this voice on the wind. It's from the Wind Clan leader, Aurora. So, her voice rings out on the wind, saying that there are brave fairies and humans trying to save Britain by defeating Empress Morgan. She says that she respects Morgan, and that she was a good ruler for a while, but over these 2,000 years, she will now reveal her true deeds that she hid in the shadows. Oh boy. Oh, the noble fairies are celebrating. Ha ha ha, look at that. Look at the pathetic army men run away. Because Morgan crushed them entirely. So yeah, they're all having a good time, laughing it up. What? One of the Queen's Knights has just died. Meredith died? What just happened? Woodworst comes in, telling them to kneel down. Your heads are too high, you disgusting Brits. You disgusting fairies. You are in the presence of the Queen. Well, what the hell is that thing? Where did it come from? It killed one of the knights. Woodworst. So you were alive. Honestly, good job. And she says, as expected of the hero of the War of the Moss. I've always thought well of you these past 1,000 years. Of course. I'm the only one who would come back. My queen, please tell me, my queen. Where is the child of prophecy? Where is Beryl Gut? No, not that. Please tell me, why did you not send reinforcements to me? Please, tell me, my queen. Reinforcements? Ah, you mean the siege of Londinium. That's quite an odd thing you said. After all, I did send reinforcements. I thought they merely failed in their duty to assist you. You may believe in the Queen's words, but don't forget this. If she says she did not send any reinforcements because she believed in your power, she's telling the truth. But if the Queen says that she did send reinforcements, then she is lying. After all, no one showed up. The Queen merely thought you had lost your value. Morgan! Morgan! Hey, Woodworst! Nobody can stop him. He's attacked the Queen. I'll kill you. I'll kill you! You spit on our 2,000 years of loyalty. My 1,000 years of loyalty. You held no love for us, you witch. How could you betray me? Die, 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 die! How could you betray my love for you, my queen? You fool. Were you really swayed so easily? She says, even wild as you are, your hair continues to be the most luscious in all of Britain. What have I done? Please, forgive me. Forgive me, my queen. And with that, an end comes to Woodworth's tale. Morgan tries to return to her throne, but Spriggan shows up and says, "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to return to your throne." You're the one that did this to Woodworth. So, Spriggan showed up with his own personal guards, coming here to end the Queen's reign of 2,000 years. Especially, it should be easy, seeing as the Queen is so injured now. She says, "Don't make me laugh. I wouldn't lose to this filth even if I was beheaded." Balbanshi. Thank you, Miss Witch, for protecting me. Everyone always says bad things about you, but thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for doing so much for us. Thank you for protecting someone like me. You've worked so hard for all of us. Shouldn't you take a rest now? At first, I was all alone and had no friends. I was merely called a witch. I wasn't even a savior. I woke up and learned from the proper human history, me, Morgan, of my fate. Even though I was born an heir to the Isle of Britain, I lost my claim. This island is everything to me. But it was my fate to lose everything of my beloved home. But even so, when she came here to this Britain, she thought, maybe this Britain, maybe this time. Morgan thinks back to deciding how she wanted to save Britain and take the land and live in this land. She thought that even if it's the Lostbelt her, she could still love this Britain. To do this, she would become a savior. Over and over, she would stop calamities, and over the fairies would just call her a witch. Again and again, her heart sank. As time went on, she slowly gained friends and enjoyed becoming a savior. As long as she had her beloved Britain, she could make this work. She thought perhaps she would be able to become Tonelico and rule as a savior and hero. After all, she wanted to create her ideal Britain, the land she loved. Even if she would betray proper human history and turn her back on them for the dream. She would welcome them openly. She would show them the beauty of this Isle of Britain. This Britain, my fairy kingdom. She would laugh. She would permit laughing. She would permit fun. She would permit fun. And eventually, When others would come from proper human history, she would welcome them in and ask them, "How is my garden? Is it not beautiful? Isn't it like a dream? There's nothing that would make me happier if you would all remember this scenery forever. My beautiful island of Britain." Morgan did nothing wrong. Fuck the fairies. Like I said before, I wouldn't lose a battle to them even if I was nothing more than a head. What do we do? Do we follow Spriggan now? The noble fairies are wondering if Morgan even has the strength to fight anymore. They deem it best to just sit on the sidelines and side with whoever wins. Wait it out until then. However, everyone in the Battle of Camelot, please lend me your ears. I will now reveal to you the true nature of Queen Morgan. And what she did in the shadow of history. This was all her plan, the plan of that one girl. That girl who pretended to be our savior, Tonelico. She was not our savior, but our enemy. Her objective was to rule over Britain, and she would cause calamities to disrupt the bonds of we members of the tribes. She is the one who destroyed Londinium. She is the one who is destroying the Isle of Britain. She is the one who killed King Uther, enslaved the tribes, and took over Britain. She goes on to explain that the witch Morgan used up the magic of the World Tree and withered it away to revive the fairies 2,000 years ago because everyone died. What are you saying, Aurora? We were all destroyed? Wiped out? That's right. She confirms that 2,000 years ago, all the fairies were destroyed, and she used the magic of the World Tree to revive them. AKA, she reverse-engineered the Chaldea summoning system and revived them, and put slave marks, command seals, on all of their bodies. Just continuing to show how insanely, ridiculously smart Morgan was, she reverse-engineered the servant summoning system as well. She goes on to say that the witch has been using them for 2,000 years. The witch has no love for any fairies in England. Or Britain. The name of this evil witch is Morgan. And she asks, who is the rightful fairy to sit upon that throne? She's awful. Awful. I can't believe what she's done. So we don't need her, do we? Go back home. Go back home. Whoa, she still hasn't stopped even after we pelted her with so much stuff. And just like that, they hold her down. They grab weapons. She says, "You all, what are you? Shut up. You don't belong in this world. No, my throne, I need to..." "You're not gonna do anything, you trash." "Stop. Stop. Please. Someone." "Witch! Witch! A witch that doesn't belong in our world. Stop. My throne." "Return me to my throne. No, I can't lose Britain again." She finally stopped moving. "By the way, what's that thing over there?" Pointing over at the fairy on the ground, aka Babanshi. "These bells are..." The report comes in. The Queen's life has been lost. The corpse has been ripped to shreds, to the point that another generation of her could not spawn. I reiterate, time and again, Morgan did nothing wrong. The fairies are all assholes. Kill them all. Why? Why? Why are you like this again, Balbanshi? She would always cheer for me and care for me as though for herself, even though I am already dead. I'm always too late. I always find you in this state. You keep doing these foolish things. You get lied to, you get used up and cast aside. And why do you always forgive them? How can you be so forgiving? Why didn't you run away? Why? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, dear witch. The next generation me won't remember, but thank you for crying for me. But please don't worry. I'm just a low-tier fairy. By using me as a sacrifice, everyone should be happy and have a good time at that village. It's a good thing if I'm treated like this. That's not true. In this Britain, in all of this Britain, you were the only one to ever thank me. So I'll save you. I will definitely save you. I'll find your next generation. And I'll definitely bring you happiness. But I was just no good. Dearest Mother would always find my next generation, but I would always end up like this. For the happiness of the people, Balbon Shi who lived for the happiness of others. Balbon Shi who lived for the happiness of the village, or who sacrificed for it. I would die for them, or so I was told. And that's why my mother told me. After your death in Darlington, your soul has become tattered. You won't get another chance. There won't be anything left over of you, so please, live for evil. Live however you must. Live the opposite of you had so far. Do everything you need to live. Just this once, you must be happy. If you could be happy, if it would bring you happiness, I would even give up on my dream. I'm sorry, Mother. But it looks like we failed again. I hate the fairies. I hate the fairies. Tristan did nothing wrong. Morgan did nothing wrong. The elite fairies look over the mangled, rotting body that is Balbon Shi. They're deciding what they should do with her, and eventually decide to throw her out the window behind the throne. After all, she is the most hated fairy in all of Britain. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't save my mother while they did all those horrible things to her. No, I'm done. I'm tired. No, I don't want to go that way. I don't want to go in there. Right, I'll run away. I'll disappear. I'll just go into the hole. Kernunos. Kernunos. You were the one thing that even my mother feared. Oh, great scary god Kernunos. You have been here in this giant pit for these past 2,000 years. My mother is gone. Can you help me? Fuck. And with that, we are supposed to be presented with this. The welcoming ticket to the coronation of Her Majesty the new Queen. Oh. Oh, man. We will save Lostbelt 6.3 for later. That's everything from Lostbelt 6.1 through 6.2 summarized. It still took almost 11 hours because it's very long, and I had to take breaks to cry toward the end.